Hello everyone, good evening and welcome to Laurence Plays. It's a Wednesday, so yes, as Nogard has put it, we're going to be playing some more Minecraftorio. Yes, that's a pretty good description of this game, I guess, because yes, as it is clearly Minecrafty, but then also very, very Factorio-y. So yep, I can see that one. Welcome back, Dave, good to have you here, and yeah, it's been a little while since we've had you around, so yeah, welcome back. And so, yes, it is Foundry, and hello Regular as well, welcome one and all. Right, so yes, Foundry, what was going on, what have we done recently? Well, the last week I developed the system over there where we've got the massive warehouse that's taking in construction material, and then the two landing pads over there where we have the transport drones, that's these grey ships, and then also a couple of construction drones or construction ships, which are there it is up there. There's only one of them actually, and that deploys the little construction drones, which are these guys. Thankfully, there's no fall damage in this game. Yeah, these guys who then buzz around building your gigantic buildings. And so I've made one of them, and that's this massive radio antenna here, which allows me to communicate with the space station without having to go over and touch the machine for direct communication with it that's tucked away somewhere over there. However, I then had to turn it off because it turns out it uses about as much power as all of the rest of my factory put together. So yeah, so I stopped using that for the time being. But also I've started building this building here, which is going to be a long-range scanner for looking for ores. So initially I had, not this guy, no, none of these guys in fact, this guy, and when I ping with this, it tells me about any ore patches within its range, and there are various types of ore patch, and they all get highlighted and I get told about them. And if the geothermal vent right there, that's handy. Yeah, but it's only got there's some more supplies. It's only got a fairly limited range though. So far I've scanned out this sort of area by running around and pinging every so often. And each time I ping, I get a square with some more resources in it, and that's quite useful. However, this building that I'm standing on at the moment, once it's finished, should allow me to scan a much, much larger area and maybe find some more useful resources. We shall see. Hello, Peter. Welcome. However, as previously stated, my first concern, I think, at the moment, is going to be with getting this thing up and running, which means I need a lot more power. So so far, I've got a little power generation area over here, which is running some normal burner generators off this coal supply. I've also got this one over here. We've got another coal mine, and that's digging up. And this is a steam powered system. So we've got boilers and then steam engines on the output, a bit like the sort of Factorio ones. And these are, I believe, better. They produce a lot more power. They've been running the base quite happily until now, and I've just been adding to them every so often. But I'm a little bit concerned that this patch of coal is eventually going to run out, and I'm going to be left without any power and then just start crying. So I think the next thing to do is probably to start thinking about geothermal power, and that means using these things as geothermal vents. There's some there, there's some there, some there. Unfortunately, using a geothermal vent is not just go up to it and plug a cable into it and get the power from it. There are steps you need to go through. Let's see if I can find any of those steps. So I think there's a thing. Yes, here we go. A geothermal boiler, which you put onto a geothermal vent. So that's reasonably straightforward. You can do that. But it takes in a quantity of ignium-enriched water. So I'm going to need to make some ignium-enriched water, which is, I believe, is a I don't know where to go, component. Yes, this one, which requires ignium powder and water. So it's going to need a supply of coal, which I then crush, and a supply of water, and then you dissolve the coal in the water, and then that works with the geothermal generator. And then pump that into it, and then steam will come out the other side, and we can then presumably chuck that straight into into one of these guys, a steam turbine, and that will generate power for basically forever. So it's a little okay. I was going to say it's a little bit more complicated. That's actually sort of true. It is only a little bit more complicated because it's coal and water like this one, but then also needs to be done on a geothermal vent. So I'm thinking at the moment the easiest way to do this is going to be to attach another mine to this coal patch here and run the coal up along this way, mix it with some water round about here, and then I'm going to have to get it down to the geothermal vent, which is going to be interesting because those are presumably all the way down in the lava caves, and that means I'm going to need to run a pipe 1,000,000 miles vertically. It's doable. It's just going to be a very, very long pipe. And the elevator, I don't believe the freight elevators transport water, and there's no in-between stage that is entirely solid. So yeah, I'm just going to have to transport the water down in a very, very long pipe. The power can come back up the elevator, so that's okay. Yeah, but that means it's going to be a little bit awkward. Or yeah, it would. But the downside of this is that it means I'm going to be pulling off the same coal patch as I am for the rest of the facility. The upside is that it's reasonably close to this area where I already have pylons run to, so I can carry on from here with power going bop, 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 up to here. So that's going to be fairly straightforward. But the downside is it's running, as I say, it's running off the same coal patch. I don't know of any other coal patches yet, though. So the other possibility is to wait until this thing comes online, and if I boop it with my clipboard, we can see that it's only about half full at the moment, and we're still waiting for a lot of the construction material to make it over. So I think the construction material is currently the limiting factor. Let's go and have a look. And I am making construction material, so that is, at least it's happening to an extent, but presumably not happening fast enough. Yeah, if we look at this belt here, we can see that there is a glorious no construction material on it at all. Is that because we've run out of something? There's a small amount of glass dribbling along there. Oh, I see. It's probably the thermalite plates. Yeah, so maybe another thing that we're going to need is more thermalite squashing. And that's I was going to say slightly awkward. It's not that awkward, but it is a little bit awkward. At least whenever this machine runs, it does produce a number of these things. And so if we can produce... Oh, we are seeing power shortages already. So there are a multitude of problems. Let's put it that way. What have I got in my backpack? I've got a lot of... Can I get rid of some stuff? Yes, there we go. Get rid of some of that in there. And if I go over here, have I got more stuff I can get rid of? No, you just want iron. You want copper. Do I have any copper? No. I just have a lot of trash in my inventory that I don't really want to be carrying around with myself. There we go, that's got rid of some stuff. So now if I have another look at... Still got a huge number of advanced machinery parts and a load of biomass and stone. Lots and lots of trash, basically. But what I was thinking, so I do have 2 boilers left and 1 steam turbine. So I could go and add a little bit more onto my existing steam supply. But do I even want to? Is it worth it? I'm not sure. Is it just going to be something that I'm going to, if I go over there and put a load more, that's just going to deplete my coal patch even faster? Oh, can I dump into here? No, because they've already got 200 in them. Probably dump into all of these though. Nope, not these ones. Where are all these advanced components going? Okay, load going into here. And load into here. Okay, that's a bit better. Now I'm down to a mere 47 of them. Let's get rid of all this biomass. I don't care about biomass. I certainly don't care about stone. The rest of it is also probably radio. Why do I have a second radio tower base? Where did that come from? Let's just blow it up. I don't care. What is it? Right. Okay. So shall I just go and get on with this rather than falafeling about over here? I think you go and get on with doing some of the other mining thing. I think. What am I doing? Right. Hello, madman. Welcome to Laurence is trying to decide what order is what of the things he's thought of to do is the most pressing and most crisis laden. And it is clearly more power. I've got to need the power. So let's get some more pipes, because pipes are obviously an essential part of the power generation. Thing is though, if I'm going to make those geothermal generators, yeah, I think you're well. No, that explains why I have a second one. It doesn't explain why I have a second one in my pockets. Right, let's put in a machine. Let's dig out some. Okay, this is immediately turning into let's dig a hole. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to build some of the geothermal dooberies and get that at least. So I've got those, and then I should have just about everything I need in order to start making some more useful things. So I want you to make a geothermal boiler, thermalite, steel, advanced machinery parts, and circuit boards. I think I'm in the right place for that. So there's the thermalite. So I've run out of short inserters again. This is a recurring theme, unfortunately. Let's extend these out. So what was it? Steel, circuits, and advanced components. None of this is over here. Well, I do have some advanced components, so I can do that at least. I thought... Oh, okay, that's science going the other way. Have I put this in the wrong place? Yes and no. So it is sort of it's the right place because I need the thermalite, but also it's the wrong place because it should have been over here where we have steel and advanced components. Yeah, okay. Let's put it over here instead. Because we've got steel components and I think circuits over here. So this is actually a better place to put this. You can tell it's one of my playthroughs because I've put down one machine so far today and then realised that it's in the wrong place. So if I do that and then... Okay, we'll put down an assembler 2 then. Do I have those? Was that my last one? Maybe that's my last one. Let's go and get it. Yoink. I'll take that as well. Yoink. Okay, now I've got one of those. I can put it down here. Alright, and you wanted green circuits, so that's that one. You wanted steel, that's that one. And advanced electronics advanced components, that's that one. So that goes there, and then run that through from it there to there as well. Right, so that's going to be everything but the thermalite now, I think. So I do actually want you to make geothermal boilers. Have some thermalite because I've got some. I don't know how many it takes to make that, but we've got everything. I want to say we've got everything else. No, that's in the wrong place. Let's try that again with slightly less fail. Put there. That goes there, and I'll extend these two as well, just so I can see what's going on. And have them in the right place for the next one. Okay, there we go. Now we are cooking with geothermal boilers. So I'm going to need to have 2 of those. 3 of those, I think, because looking on the map, they seem to come in little clumps of 3 like that. So we'll take 3 over and then find out how that goes. Also going to need a lift and a load of pipe and some steam engines and probably some pylons and some mining drills and some oh dear, I've gone cross-eyed. Yeah, quite a lot of stuff. There we go. Right, so I've got 3 of those now. I got some pipes. I want a passenger elevator. Ah, steam turbines. Lovely. How was that? 5. Nice. Power line. How much of that have I got left? 6. Alright, let's take some more of that. Pipe boiler, power line, steam turbine, pipe intake, lava smelter, freight elevator, casting machine, pump jack, assembly. Oh, is the passenger elevator along here somewhere? There it is. Hang on, actually, do I have a passenger elevator? No. No. Okay, we'll take 1. Boop. 1 is, to be fair, all I need. Let's get some more pipes because I feel like I'm going to need a lot of those. And then let's call that enough. Ooh, mining drills. Do I have mining drills? Yes, there they go. Loads of those. And I've got let's get some more belts as well and some more inserters. Right, assemblers. No, don't care about that. Inserters, yes, do want. And medium inserters. Belt 1. Belt 2. 42 ramps. That's probably going to be enough. I don't think this game has barrels. I don't remember noticing barrels. Now that's not a promise, but I don't think it has barrels. Pylons. I'm gonna need a lot more pylons, and then I've got 18 little ones, but I could do some big ones. Large pylon. 10's probably going to be enough, actually. The large pylons do have a decent range, and I'm already sort of mostly over there. Ooh, do I have another one of those water collectors? Yes, I've got 18 liquid intakes. Okay, that's fine. So we'll pump water out closer to Actually, no. I want to make the coal juice as close as I can to here, because otherwise I'll have to run the belt and the pipe. Well, I'll have to run the belt over that way, and if I then go off to the other patch as well, then I'll have to run it twice. Hello, Inks. Welcome. Good to have you here. Okay, so this is my previous power generation system that is, well, generating power just by there's a coal patch under here. We're digging the coal up. It's coming out of a belt there, and then we're cooking that into into electricity here with the boilers and then the steam turbines. So my plan is to come down here, all the way down here, bumpety bumpety bumpety. I should probably make that a bit bigger so I don't have quite so much bumpy head as I go down, but never mind. And we've got all these guys who are okay. Oh, I see. We're prioritising that one, so that's going first, and then this one's being used a little bit afterwards. That's fine. So I need to do a bit of digging over here to free this up, and maybe we've got some explosives. So once I've once I have dug some hole, then we can use the explosives to make things go a little bit quicker. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's call this far enough because it probably is. Stick a bomb here right in the corner. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, maybe it's not quite far enough. Let's go one deeper. And then put a bomb on the wall and blow a hole in the place. Stick. Boom. Okay, I may have been being paranoid. It hasn't come. It was still like 3 blocks away from the other drills. But that's. I'd rather be safe than sorry. And it's gone far enough into there to. It's still clearing the area around the drills. Now through here there are more drills, but I'm not sure exactly how far. So let's. I can hear them through the walls, buzzing away merrily. There they are. Okay, they're quite some way away because this patch has got pulled back a long way. So I think it's going to be all right to put a bomb here and one here. And then just detonate all of that. That's the orbital laser. Let's try that instead. Let's not use the orbital laser when I'm way underground because it won't work. Okay, lovely. So now it's just a case of extending the system we've got running over here. Okay, this is going to be a bit of a this is going to be a drill it out by hand. Can we have the drill, please? Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a drill it out by hand here because I was being a little bit overly cautious. By which I mean I didn't do enough with the explosives when I had the chance earlier. Okay, so we'll extend that out to certainly here. Then I'll want a 3 wide coming out here to take everything that I could possibly need. Come across there, and then I'm going to fill in the corner here so the belts don't look silly. Although, not the belts are going to go round that way, but still, never mind. Then I can put in these drills along here, like, well, I don't know. How many do I need to fill a belt? I don't really know. Let's put in 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 seems like a number. Oh, actually, I do need another piece of flooring over here. It doesn't have to be foundation, to be fair, but foundation is easy and convenient, and it makes the place look consistent, which is nice. Then I can run a belt from here along this way to here, and then all we need is to put in a row of exerters along here like this, 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 and this. And there we go. That is now, that should be sufficient. So where am I? Which direction am I pointing? Okay, I am still slightly underwater. I don't want to dig up into the water from here because that will cause a horrible, horrible mess. So I'll go this way actually. I think that makes sense. If we bring this back above ground, because I don't want to run the pipe all the way back to the back over to the other patch underground above. I don't want to run it all the way over underground because that's going to mean so much digging, and I can't be bothered with that. I've done a bit of those sort of long tunnels in the past, but I don't want to, basically. And that's a good enough reason for me. I hope there's a good enough reason for you as well, because it's what we're sticking with. So yes, I'm going to. I should dig my way back up here and put in a ramp that's going to take the coal above ground, where we can easily obtain more water and turn it into coal juice. It looks like we're nearly up, because I'm starting to see the other type of soil now, which is nice. It also digs through. This stuff digs through a bit more quickly, which is also nice. I say nearly up. We're apparently not that nearly up. Come on, there must be daylight up here somewhere. Or even if it's not daylight, I don't care if it's still dark. I just don't want to be trapped underground. I want to be able to see the sky. Maybe Minecraftorio isn't the right game to play if you want to be able to see the sky. How far underground was I? Jeez. Oh, there we go. Freedom! Have I found a... Yeah, I found a slight hill to go up compared to where I was before. Typical. Anyway, never mind. Right, so, from here, we can then... Actually, I am going to go back down, bumpy head kind of way. And we can get out the ramps now, and we would like to have an up ramp. Point it that way. Out, 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 out. True, I could have used the orbital laser to dig a massive great hole down there. That is certainly a possibility. But I didn't. Oh, no, I couldn't actually, because it was underwater. So I'd have just flooded my... Oh, I've run out of ramps. This is so much... What? Oh, this is so frustrating. Right, let's go back down again, but let's make the hole a little bit bigger. Like this. That's better. Right. So why did we... Oh, I see. It's because I need one more piece of that in there first. I'm still not going to have enough to get out of here. Apparently 42 must be enough. Don't be ridiculous. It must have got stuck on something else. Something else weird must have happened. Maybe there's just a maximum distance you can build. Yeah, I think there's just a maximum distance you can drag in one go. Right, so there we go. That's come up to ground level. So now... Right, there we go. So now I need to put in some crushers and water handling something or others. So we'll crush it down to powdered rock. I'm going to need a little bit of... that went further than I intended it to. Right, I'll bring the power over from here because I can. You presumably have full... yes, you do. You've got full foundation. So run a little bit of a tunnel through here like this. And like this. Right. There and underneath to there and then out the hole like that. That should mean we've got power over here now. Now, do I have a crusher? That's the next question. Hopefully I do, because otherwise I'll have to go back and get one. Casting, chemical, crusher. Excellent. So one of them, it goes... Actually, we'll have two of these, because, I don't know, it just feels like two heads are better than one. I mean, two crushers are better than one. I don't know what sort of rate we're going to need this at. I hope it's going to be pretty slow, because if we need it quickly, then we're going to get through a lot of coal, and that's kind of against the whole point of this system. That said, I have put in a yellow belt here pulling the coal out, so I am setting myself up for failure. No, I'm starting off a little bit. I am assuming we're going to need lots of coal, which is possibly not too sensible. So there we go. Ignium powder and ignium powder. Then over here, the ignium powder is going to come out of here. We're then going to need some... actually, we're going to need some more machines then to do mixing, and I forgot to look at what's required for that, which is... Let's see, is it a component? Yes, it counts as a component. It is a chemical processor. Oh, conveniently, I have some of those. Right, so I have a belt coming out here, and then we'll put in a chemical processor in this space. Chemical processors, I think, are probably bigger. So let's give it that much room. And also over here, let's think. Right, and chemical processor, nope, distillation column, casting machine, chemical processor, this guy, I've got 15 of them. Oh, they are huge, though. I mean, that's not a problem as such. It's not a problem. It's not a problem as such, except that I need to put it about here. So I need another 2 rows of foundation. Like that. And you know what? Let's have 2 of these guys. So we'll put in a bit more of that as well. And then we'll go, oh look, there are trees in the way. Take those out. A little bit of deforestation, never hurt anybody. Looks like that. Oh. And then chemical processor, this guy. Right, so put one of you here. And one of you here. Right, so you're going to be doing the ignium enriched water, that one. And so are you. Ignium water. Okay. Do I know I do not know the minimum. Well, I believe minimum is 0 because you head down and you hit what is functionally bedrock. But I haven't found a maximum. I haven't really looked for a maximum, but I've also not found a maximum. Because no, there we go. So yeah, it's high enough up that I haven't run into one. What I have noticed is that when you have your drone spaceship things flying around, they go up quite high in a sort of, in what I'm reading as a trying to get high enough up that they won't get in the way. They will fly over absolutely anything kind of way. I don't know if that's definitely the case, but if it is, then they fly. Why is that only building one dimension? That's weird. Yeah, they have a limit in how far they go up to what I'm assuming is the limit of how high you can go. Oh right, I'm in vertical mode because last time I used this vertically. That's fair enough, I suppose. Okay, why you? Oh yeah, these guys need to be set to outputs. Boink and boink. Right, out come my little red pancakes. And the little red pancakes get eaten up by these machines. Yes, we've taken in 6. So now we need water. And water comes from the river. And I'm going to put in another one of these. We're going to run the... Actually, let's put in... Here's what I'll do. I'll put in another water collector, and then we'll run it down the same pipe, and we'll see if we can get on how we get on with that for the time being. So let's put another one of... Well, let's remove that first. Then let's take a pipe and turn it into a T-piece like that. Which I can put there, but pointing that way. Then I can put in a straight, which I need to rotate in a weird way. Like, yep, there we go, perfect. And then a corner downwards, like that. Then I can put in one of these guys. Hopefully. There we go. Right, so there's now 2 of those pumping into the same pipe, and I'll give it a bit of extra free space around there. So I don't know how this game does pipe physics, but I thought that is easier than trying to do it. That's a nice, easy way to do it. So I'm going to then split the pipe off here. Right, where does it have to go in? So it goes. No, that's where the coal juice comes out. The water goes in on this side. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's slightly annoying that way around, but it doesn't actually matter. All right, so pipe. I'm going to use a T-piece here in the assumption that at some point in the future I'll want another one of these. Don't know when, don't even know if, but it seems quite possible that I'll want to have a 3rd and maybe even a 4th machine. Right, run that over to there, and then I'm going to go down, if I can get the pipe pointing the right way, which I can. There we go. No, H. So, joys of a 3D game is there are 3 ways to rotate things. So I'm going to bring it all the way down to there, and then I'm going to run a channel in the ground like this, just sort of in the interest of tidiness and other such unimportant things. Just hide the pipes away a little bit where I can. Corner like that. corner like that, and then straight over there until you become a T-piece. Boink, and boink, and then I just need to go and put a T-piece in over here. Oh wait, that needs I need to remove that piece first. Boom, and then select that, turn it into a T, fits it in there. Right, there we go. Water and coal. There we go. The machine's running. You can tell by this. There's sort of weird orangey greeny smoke coming out the top of it. Excellent. So now let's just copy the T-piece from over here because it's easier. That is not the T-piece I was looking for. Something weird about the selecting stuff in this game. It's because the when you try and select things, the collision detection uses the outer cube shape thing of the building you're sort of pointing vaguely at, whereas common sense and whatnot uses I think I just want to go above ground with this one. I can't be bothered to try and dig a trench for this pipe. I'm just going to go way up in the air. Whereas common or visualness means that if I want to, see at the moment it's selecting, it's placing this where there because of the hitbox of the sort of the cuboid around the chemical plant, whereas I'm pointing straight into the sky, so it should just disappear off into nowhere, and that often catches me out in weird ways. Right, where am I going with this pipe? Okay, quite a bit further. Fine. Yeah, exactly. No, God. Yes, I want to clear all of the terrain. I don't want to be faffing around digging a trench to put it in. I could do it with the orbital laser, which is always entertaining, but I think I'd rather just run it above the ground like this. Okay, nearly there. Let's use the old pingometron. Ping. Ping. There we go. So it's directly below. Oh, I can find it. To give me a coordinates, or to just give me a size? It's a long way down, unsurprisingly. Okay, so far down that I didn't see it when I looked because I wasn't looking down enough. Oh, there it is. Okay, minus 464, 184. 464. Okay, so I'm about 20 away from it. If I go down here, I'm about 20 away. That seems okay to me. Let's clear a little bit of a space here to put my elevator in. I don't know why I'm sort of half burying the elevator. I just sort of started doing that and then carried on. You sort of want the elevator to take you all the way to the surface. This is kind of silly, but never mind. Right, where's my passenger elevator? Does it come under P? No, just an elevator, and it doesn't fit in there, so I'm going to need to clear out another. Hang on, where are the doors? Doors are on this side. Need to clear out another 2. Bim, 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 bim. Right, elevator goes there, and then probably doesn't do anything at all because it's unpowered. However, I'm going to want. What height was that thing at? It was about 1, wasn't it? Bing. Yeah, 1. Right. Okay. So config. This is going to be called surface. Then we're going to have another one. Add station. Call it geothermal. And we want it to be at height 1. Oh, okay. No, we don't want it to be at height 2. Apparently, that's as far down as it can go. Right. Oh, terrain blocks require higher bond. Okay. 10. Yeah, you might be right, Dave. I think. In fact, I think you are probably right. So I either need to research improved mining force, or I need to find a porous rock to go down through. That's a problem. Lava. Okay, so lava cave shaft there, and xenophorite and dolomite, right? So does that mean I need to go down there and then run a pipe underground all the way over to here? Maybe it does. Okay. I guess we'll go with that for the moment as a theory. And then I'll need to run power all the way underground there. High voltage power all the way underground there as well. I'd forgotten that was a thing. You couldn't just whack through basically anything to get all the way down there. Yeah, okay, well I guess we'll pick this back up again then. Actually, let's check the research first. What's mining? What did they call it? Mining force. Okay. Alright, so I've done a mining force now, and the next mining force is another science pack away. Right, so we're not going to be doing that then. We are going to be picking this elevator back up again and heading back over with our deconstruction planner between our legs, as it were. So Shift F, I want to remove you. This entire pipe is nonsense because yes, I'm not. If I can't dig down through that, then I'm not going to be able to run a pipe down there either. So we need to pick up all of this. To here. Then, right, there's my porous rock over there. I feel like maybe I should shore this area up a little bit before I go in and put in an elevator on it. So let's do that and that and that. Right, there we go. And now if I come down here, I can dig out a little bit of space here and we can put the elevator in here instead. Right, let's try that again. Elevator, that way. Right. I'm tempted to say let's stick it in this way round at this point. Like that. Okay, so now I can go back in here. I can go, okay, this time, new, no, open. New is not to be called new. New is to be called surface, and it can be at 128. That's fine. And I add another station, which is let's call it lava level. Lava level, and set that down to 5. Yep. 10. Have I missed the? I have slightly missed the soft rock. This goes back too far, I think. Grr. And other sort of similar noises. Right, let's try that again. I want to put in an elevator, this guy. Put you in here. That's all on porous rock, isn't it? Surely. It is a bit of an annoying aspect of the game. There we go. I found an area where it can actually build. Thank goodness for that. Boom. There we go. So it's now digging out the elevator all the way to the bottom. So that's good. It's basically working. I say basically, it is in fact working. I need to connect it to the mains power, but these pylons are a bit rubbish. I can only go that far. This is another annoying aspect of the game. It doesn't... there's no easy way of putting down pylons. You end up going sort of a bit at a time. And then you get this thing where it clips it straight through the middle to go into the power connector over on this side. Let's do this again. So you, from there to there... and then there to there, and then I can get rid of this cable so it doesn't look quite as ridiculous. Okay, still digging. It's got to 97 so far. Right, So I'm also going to need a pipeline going down here to take the coal juice down and then get it over up to the geothermal patches miles away off that way. Or I could go for this one. No, that one's closer. That's only what 5. These are 4, 4, 5, 6 blocks away. This one is 4, 8. No, 8 by 3 or 4 going that way. So that's definitely further away. So we'll go for this one. Not that that matters at this point. At this point, I'm just going to dig a hole straight down, and yeah, we'll bring the coal juice over here at some point in a moment. So I need to get down to. I also need to get down to a height of about 10. But this is going reasonably quickly. The porous rock is quite easy to dig through, so I'm going to get there reasonably soon. I'm not too bothered about this, and this is decently quick. Then I need to fly back up again, laying pipe, of course. But again, also not too bad. In fact, I'm going down faster than the lift is drilling, which is quite impressive. So I have now passed it. Bonk, 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 bonk. 20. The question is, am I just going to fall out the bottom into the lava when I get down here, or... No. I've just reached bedrock. Okay, that's unfortunate, because I don't know exactly where the elevator is going to come out. So I guess I need to go from here. I need to start looking around a bit, trying to find lava. Oh, there's some. And this is north as well, which is convenient, so I can just head out this way now. And so I want to run the pipe basically that way for several hundred blocks. Let's lay the vertical pipe first, and then come back and do the horizontal bits afterwards. And I can fill it. It's okay to fill the shaft up because I'll be able to come back with the elevator. So, firstly, I will need pipe. And we'll have a straight piece there, and then we'll have a corner piece there, pointing this way, and then we'll have straight pieces pointing this way, going from there like this. To there, and another one. I hope nobody's epileptic. This is very green and flickery. Oh, too far. To there. And another one. Where am I at the moment? Height 80, 90, height 100. Still quite a way to go. Oh no, I'm nearly there. That's not too bad. Right. And there is my pipe. So I need to link that to the other pipe over here. That's the first thing to do. Let's go out this way a bit first. Then a corner. And some more straight. Bring it over this way. Straight into a pylon, of course. Who did this? Who lined this up? Let's not do that. Let's come back over here and remove that and bring it out. Bring it out a little bit further. Like that. So it's sort of somewhere between pylons now. Then we can have that corner. Then more pipe. And then we're trying to get to here, aren't we? Okay. Yeah, if I've missed a single pipe section somewhere in the middle, I will be very sad. And then we have the joys of 3 dimensions. I think it's about there. We're at a height of 134. Come over here. I've run out of pipe. Of course I have. Okay, I guess I'm going to go and get some more pipe. I'm going to have to run a long pipe underground anyway, so it's yeah, this is going to definitely be a whole thing in order to do it. The annoying part is also going to be running the power cable underground as well. But we'll see what we can do about that. It's a shame you can't have a horizontal elevator that just does all of that transports you and transports power. No, I can't run, and I can't even run a length of foundation because this is going to be high voltage power being generated, so we won't be able to link it in. This has to be pylons. Probably missed one around height 50. I hope they've all just been clipping onto each other, and so I really, really hope you're wrong. But also, yeah, I know, yeah, maybe. I'm sure one of these factory games I've played had a bad habit of missing out pieces when you built a load of stuff. I can't remember whether it was this one or whether it was something else. What else have I played recently, though? That's the question. There's not much else. It's either this or Factorio. Oops, that was steel. Didn't want steel. Yeah, a train would be... Well, trains, unless you're playing Satisfactory, trains don't transport power. But yes, trains would be a very welcome addition to this game, because I'm getting to the point where I'm gathering resources from quite a long way away, and dragging them over by belt is getting silly. Even Mark might think it's getting silly. Okay, maybe not actually Mark, but most people would think it's getting a little bit silly. Especially as I did this with small pylons, because I didn't have big pylons at the time. They lined up? Hard to tell. Alright, we'll put a corner on the top of here. That way. And go from here. Zoop. Oh, I remember what I was doing. I was checking I was at the right height. I was trying to get to the right height first, because these things were all so far apart I couldn't tell what was going on. Alright, let's do this properly. Don't get too used to this sort of thing, but I'm going to actually do this bit properly. Put that there, and then run that from there to there. Copy that to there. Delete that. That goes there. Shift F that to bing. Delete all of that. Right, there we go. So this should, yes, there we go. This is now full of coal juice all the way along here, and going down, shoop, down the hole. So now I can get in the elevator and go to. Let's rename things now. Now it has actually worked. We can call this one surface. If we can spell surface, we can call it surface. There we go. And then I can call this one lava for geothermal. Then I can confirm that, and then I can say I would like to go to lava geothermal, and then we play the music. Yeah, I've not heard anything about trains being on the plans for this game. They have got some interesting things, like some new mining systems, and they're improving the high voltage power cables. Those are the last 2 blog posts they released. But I don't believe there's anything related to trains in the plan at the moment, sadly. Which is a shame, because we all like trains. Bing. Ground floor. Lava. Why are you digging out all of the rock, Laurence? Everyone asks. I don't know, is my answer. Right, there we go. Here, we are now outside. So, that's my elevator. That's my pipeline. The pipeline should actually probably come across a bit higher up, so it's a little bit above the lava level. I think I've got. All right, we'll use the correct thing here. Let's put the stone there, and then build with it. And inline is here. So I want to run that from there to there, and then let's just Oh. Ha! Right, so that's the shaft that I can dig down in. This is now one that I can't. This is going to be an enormous faff. Because we're going to have to build out like this. And then come through the gap here. I don't actually need this for the pipe to run along. The pipes can just float in the air. It's fine with that. But still, I feel like... And I can fly. So, come to think, I don't really know why I'm laying this down. Oh, there are my geothermal vents. But it sort of feels like the right thing to do somehow. Just to have a thing for the pipe to run along. And also maybe I'm procrastinating slightly laying the pipes, because that's going to be also going to be a bit of a faff. We can go over this. And right, there we go. There are the geothermal vents. So, now I can go into my backpack and I can go, where are those things that I made? I did grab them, didn't I? I'm sure I did. Where are my geothermal vent things? Yeah, so I can find my... Yeah, so that's a way of looking at it. Yeah, they're breadcrumbs, so I can find my way back out again. I'm sure I grabbed my... the lava... No, the machines for normalizing this. It doesn't look like I did. Because I can't see them in here. Am I being blind? Or did I actually not bring them? They look like... They're really obvious. They look like this. They've got orange legs and they're called geothermal boilers. Yeah, I don't have them. I must have just not picked them up somehow. How did I manage that? I'm sure I remember saying, right, there's 3. Yoink. Grr. And other rage-related noises. Okay, well, let's put the pipes in. So I can at least see if I've got remotely enough. Oh, balls. Oh, this can't be placed in lava is because I'm... Yeah, just from what's on my cursor. Fine. Right, corner. No. 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 Yes, but no. That one. And then that one. And then back to this one. Ugh. Nope, I haven't got enough pipes. Okay, that's good to know, actually, because now I know that I need to go and get another stack or 2 of pipes to actually complete this. This is quite difficult to spot as well. So I think, you know what, I am going to chisel out this whole area, and then I'm going to make a basically do the equivalent of the Minecraft trick where you surround the entrance to your cave with torches to make it really, really obvious so you can find it again in the future. But instead of torches, I'm going to use or earth. So let's dig this out across here so I can make a nice actual just straight up square of it. And by square I mean rectangle. And then take out some of this so it's visible. Right, and in the backpack I'll use... Okay, actually let's use sand because that's even bright, even more of a colour contrast. So I'll put a bit there, there, then across there, and down there. There we go. Yeah, that's nice and obvious and looks suitably man-made, and so I can go, ah yes, that's where my lift is. Alright, back to the surface. And this time, I will definitely get the blooming geothermal vent. I'm sure. I don't understand. Because I was sure that I'd grabbed them, but now I can't find them in my inventory, so I have to believe that I didn't. I haven't checked that the coal juice is making it to the bottom. No. check that when we come back, I guess. See if any actually makes it out into the pipe that I put in. Do. Talk amongst yourselves. Ah, here we go. Surface. Bing. Which way do I want to go? This way. Wasn't it a lovely, idyllic... it's almost a desert island, sort of tropical rainforest type effect going on here. Or is there some kind of oasis in the desert? It's kind of pretty. The game's not quite as pretty as Satisfactory, but it does have a certain charm, and I like the slightly cartoony style. Oh yeah, I think another thing they're removing in the next or planning to remove in an upcoming update is the cable as being a clipping item. They're going to be made probably semi-clipping, like a lot of the stuff in Satisfactory. So where it says this may clip, we can't really tell with our current search boss names. It's up to you to decide whether you actually care or not. Right, give me that. And I'll take a few more as well, as is traditional. Nom, 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 nom. Right. And then from over here, this is where I was building. This is where I was building them. Yeah, so I just hadn't taken them out apparently. Oh yeah, nearly. Yeah, getting quite a lot of money in the bank. All right, let's throw some of that away. I mean, pay off some loan. Might as well do that while I'm here. And just, actually, while I'm here, I can also have a quick look at the how everything's going up on the space station. So, finances. Actually, how much can I store? It is 500k. Well done. You've got better memory than me, regular, and it's me playing it. Right. So, yeah, let's make a payment of 400 grand. No, 300 grand. Do right over here. R&D. We can upgrade the heavy-duty transport bot and take these up to 10, and then start doing other things. And the vacuum bot and the light bot being. Ooh, it's at 10, and the screen bot. 3 and the mining drone. Right, okay, so we've done the upgrades there. R&D lab. I think I'll leave the R&D alone for the moment. I do want to check storage though. How are our supplies and things? Okay, so we aren't. We're not. Oh, I think I'm not making snack bots at all, so that's fine. But all of the bots, except for the maintenance drone, all of the bots that I'm actually trying to make are above 200. So that means we are making them fast enough. The maintenance drones are okay now; they're above 200. So those are slightly borderline. But basically, I think everything is okay there. I could sell more of the vacuum bots and the heavy duty bots, but we're making enough money at the moment that I'm not too bothered about that. I'd rather just leave this. I'd rather put a slight slowdown on the amount of resources being used, even if it means I don't make quite as much money. Right, so I've got the underground thingies. What are they even called? I've got the geothermal generators. I've got a load more pipes. How much more pipe have I got? 119. That'll probably be enough. It was very nearly there. So I think this should be okay. And I just need to fly back again. Now, there are conveyors that I can build that I think are meant for personal transport. Yeah, these things, or escalators, but I think they can possibly be made horizontally. Yeah. So maybe I should be making these for personal transport. I haven't yet because I've got a jetpack. I can just fly around, and then I don't have to worry about what's where when I do so. But maybe I should be using them. Touchdown. Right, so we've got the coal juice here. Lots of bubbly red liquid. Let's go down the hole again. I feel I should sing something elevator music-y, but I'm not quite sure. I can't pull elevator music out the top of my head, thankfully. Which is probably a good thing for everyone's sake. Right, going down. Dum 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 dum. La 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 la. Doopy doopy doo. Actually, is Doopy here? No, I won't serenade him then. Nearly there though. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Bing! Ground floor, hot stuff. Ooh, don't fall in the lava, even if it doesn't hurt. Yes, the coal juice is making it down this far. Excellent. Also, that needs to be a corner. No. No, yeah, well, alright. That goes to there, and to there, and to there, and corner time. Corner, 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 comedian. Right, that goes in there, and there, and now that should be coal juice all the way through. Ah, except it's now a pipe that's too long. Ah. Okay, that's annoying. How too long is too long? More too long than that? Wow. Okay. All right, we'll put a pump in here. I'm pretty sure I have some pumps, so this isn't a problem. It's just a little bit of a surprise. So I can put one of these guys in here. Which way do you? Okay, there's a big obvious input and output arrows. I was going to say which way does this pump, but yeah, there's some convenient arrows as tool tips. However, this is going to require power. So I'll pull that back out there, and then I'm going to need to put in some foundation. Piece there and there and there and there. Right. Okay. Happily, there is just space there for me to put in one of these bunnies. Boink, like that. And we can use that to extract the power from the high voltage system as it comes through. And out. We better do that now, really, to be honest. So we're going to bring a cable. Which side of this has the? I think it's this side has the power connector on it. Yes, there it is. So I need to run a cable from there. Going to need more holes going through here. Do you think I'm going to be able to run a single pylon through it? This is probably going to be too far for a single pylon, isn't it? Let us put down a... How big is a small pylon? One of these guys. Actually, that's a... I can't see because the... okay, we'll put you there. Now, this is where things get fiddly. Can I run a cable from there to there? Yes, awesome. I was honestly not expecting that to work, but that is perfect. It's just gone straight down the middle of my hole here, if you'll pardon the expression. Right, so now I can run another cable from there to there, and boom, just like that, we have pumpings. I suppose I then take another cable from there and try and bring it through here as far as I can. I can put them on top of the pipes. That looks stupid though, so I won't. Cannot place in lava, fine. How far can we go? Not that far. We can go this far. Except we can't suddenly. Try again. Bing. Okay, so we can do that, but the previous one was slightly too far. Oh, that's a mining tool because it's rock. Why am I bothering to remove this? I'm not quite sure. Another one. Two. There. And... to be fair, this isn't quite as bad as I was expecting it to be. I was expecting it to be a lot more of a faff to get this power cable over here. And so far it's not been... It's a little bit of a faff, but it's not too bad. Can we get to there? No, it's asking slightly too much. Get to there. What do you mean invalid copy target? Just copy the rock. Am I on Vulcanus? It does kind of look Vulcanus-y, doesn't it? But no, this is... I don't even know what the planet's called in this game. This is the standard planet, which does, I believe, does have a name. I think we've seen it in some of the... maybe in the new game interface. We've seen it in a few places. But it does feel a little bit like Vulcanus with all the lava around, so I can totally see why you'd ask that. There we go. Right, so that's about maybe close enough. It's hard to say. But now, hopefully, I've actually brought the things with me this time. Yes, there they are. So now I can put that in there, and there. And actually, let's look at these. Are these the right way around? Okay, we've got an input there, and then presumably we've got an output on the other side. Oh, do I need to configure them? Surely not. There's only one thing it'll do. No, I don't need to configure it. So we've got a goop input here, a cold juice input here, and we've got what must be a steam input out, steam output on the other side. Right, yeah, we have. So I'm going to pull these back up again, and I'm going to rotate them like that, and this one all the way around, and pull this out, and then put that back in like that. Right, so I've got the cold juice inputs on the outside, and then the steam output on the inside. So let's come around here. I don't know. Actually, I'm now worried. I've still got a decent number of pipes left, I guess. Maybe this is going to be okay. I was going to say I'm now somewhat worried about whether I brought enough pipes. We shall see how we go. It's there, and then corner like that, and then a straight like. Yes, that. Then a corner like that, and then a straight like that. Then a D-piece, and more straight. Another T-piece. That one. That one. More straight. And then over here, well, you know what, let's just go up. We might as well for this point. So we'll have you going up like this. No, that one, that rotation. Coming up to, I don't even know what height to bring this up to. This is difficult. 3 dimensions are very, very difficult. I can sort of see what you mean. Yeah, I can see what you mean. It's sort of a bit volcanousy, a bit nethery, a bit. I can even sort of see what you mean about the World of Warcraft-ness of it. I've never actually played World of Warcraft, but I have seen screenshots, so I do kind of know what you mean. Right, I think I want the pipe to come along here. If I drop down, right, so the pipe's at eye level, and I'm in the right place. So if I flip that, bring it to, yeah, there we go. Here, oh, okay, I've made that one too high, but that's fine. We can remove the pipe at the other end. Put that there. Then this goes zoop, 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 all the way over to here. This is where we inevitably find we need another pump, and I've exceeded the maximum length of pipe. Oh, just occurred to me. I'm so glad I didn't hit the maximum pipe length on the way down the vertical shaft. And I suppose I'd have put pumps in at the top and bottom, and it would have been fine, but it would have been extremely annoying. Okay, and so that's all of that. And now I just need the steam turbines to deal with all the steam coming out of here. So how fast do you produce steam? 360, so I'm producing about 1,000 litres of... Oh, 7,200 per minute, okay. 7,200 per minute. And if I have a look in here at one of the steam engines, what are they, these things, steam turbines, they take in 60 a second, which is 3,600 per minute. So I need 6 of these guys. Conveniently, that's exactly what I've got. Less conveniently, they're massive. Right, okay, well, let's just see. What have I got in the way of miscellaneous stone? Let us put down a... I'm just going to use all of my resources to floor this area. Yeah, we'll put it in at this height, because why not? Anything else will just sort of... things will get in the way. There's a 10 by 10. How big is a steam engine? I have forgotten. Steam turbine is 12 by 5. Okay. So if I add in another 2 along here, this will be big enough for 2 of them. So do that. And then number 7, that looks like a steam turbine to me. Are you going to tell me about your inputs? Yes, you are. put one there. One there. Lovely. So that's a third of what I need. That's enough to do 2 of them. Oh, it's going to need to be a bit further away actually because of that. Okay, my mistake. I'm going to need somewhere to put the pipes between them. I didn't think of that because yeah. Hello Tristan. Yes, I'm playing around way underground, which means there is lava. I've already been asked if I'm on Vulcanus, if I'm on and if I'm playing WoW, and what was the oh yes, in the Nether apparently is the other place I appear to be. So yes, all of these places and more on the are now also showing up in Foundry. Okay, let's try these again. So yeah, it turns out if you want really good geothermal power, the best way to get it is just go right to the source, find the lava yourself, and just pull the electricity right out of it. By sticking some copper cables into it now. Sadly, there's a little bit more to it than that. Okay, so I think I think I'm going to carry on just going this way because it's nice and big and open and there's nothing in the way. So I need to run the pipes from all of these machines and then join them all up in the middle. So more pipes, more pipes. I've got 2 left. Oh, for goodness sake. I grabbed basically everything I could at the time and I've run out again. Right. No, there is no damage in this game. At least there's no damage to the player in this game. You can blow up as you've seen with the explosives and things. You can blow up your own buildings and machine. Oh, I can't do that. You can blow up your own machinery through clumsiness and hubris and other similar sort of things. But you can't damage your big stompy robot guy. He is indestructible. There's no fall damage. There's no lava damage. But I'm sort of pretending there is because it's fun. Right, back to the surface. RFC, request for comment, or MC Minecraft, malicious compliance. I don't know. There are many words. I am. Oh, sorry, Yinks. I didn't notice your question. I'm building a geothermal power plant because currently I've got a massive steam powered plant, which is to bringing in coal, burning that to boil water, as you do, and then turning that into electricity in the very traditional way that has been used in many places, including real life. And that's running over there. But that's running off there's a coal patch underground down there somewhere. And it's running off that, but I'm worried that eventually I'm going to run out, and also I'm struggling to bring the coal out fast enough. So now I'm looking into geothermal power, which requires you to dig up coal, beat it up, smash it pulverize it into powder, and then mix it with water. And that makes coal juice, which you can then send down a pipe down an elevator there, and then along another long pipe that goes all the way over there underground. And you can feed that coal juice into a geothermal generator, which will turn it into steam. And you can then feed that steam into exactly the same kind of steam turbine, which will then produce electricity for you. And I believe it uses a lot less coal because you're only putting a little bit of it into the water rather than putting a little bit of it into the burnings. Give me that. And let's take the extra sort of 20 or so because I might as well. Right, let's try this again. Hopefully, oh wait, have I got? Yes, I did. I had enough steam turbines. Hopefully, I've got enough stone as well. But if not, I can always harvest a bit more of that down there. There's a little area where I can actually dig it out. In fact, they're 5 by 12, so there's 60 each, and I've got 59. So yeah, when I get down there, I might need to dig up some more stone. Although I can use this sand. So I get 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I can get another 5. So yeah, I have got enough building materials. It's just some of it is going to not be quite the right colour. But I think I can live with that. WoW Dungeons. Yeah, as I say, I've never actually played WoW. I don't know, I've played 1 or 2 Mamorpagas a little bit. Granted, they were free to play ones, I think. But it was enough that I got the impression that I didn't really like the type of game, should we say? So I've never put the time or the money into actually playing WoW properly. I know people who do. I know people who spent more time playing WoW than I spent playing Factorio, which I feel is quite an achievement. But personally, I've never played it. I also tried Eve. I expected to really like Eve Online, but I'm going to make this a bit taller. I expected to really like Eve, but I think it's because I didn't have enough time to devote to it, and so Eve is one of those things where you need to play it as a second job, or maybe even as your primary job, in order to really get into it. And I didn't have the time to do that, so I missed out on part of the Eve experience, I suppose. And yeah, didn't devote enough time and attention to it to really be properly playing Eve. And so I didn't really get into it. I think Eve doesn't have to be PvP, and obviously a lot of it is, but you can do quite a lot of stuff of just staying in the safer areas and doing various things. I'm sure there are things and also probably stuff without having to necessarily do PvP. But yes, the PvP is the sort of perhaps the main exciting part of it, where all the sort of the big stories are made. I don't know, but then maybe its style of PvP I'd been okay with. I honestly don't know. I feel like I should have enjoyed it based on what the game is like and what I'm like, but I didn't. So yeah. Right, this is one of those weird places where I'm going to have to use a 6-way down there, because I want to have I only actually need 4 ways, but I need them in multiple dimensions, so it wouldn't work. Okay, so that, and then we'll run another pipe along. True, yeah, okay, yes, the Eve is PvP even in safer areas, technically in safer areas, but but PvP is. I don't think I ever got into any PvP combat in safe areas. So whilst I know you technically can, I don't think it ever happened to me. Right, so I want, those are 5, so I want 10, 20. 20. So that's another 4 of them. Do the same over here. Zoop. I'm going to do the edge in stone, and then I'm going to fill it in with different colours of stuff. Like this. How much more have I got? I have no idea. Does it tell me how much I've got? I don't see. If it does, I don't see where. All right, well, then we'll just fill the last little bit in with dirt. So I'll quite deliberately put a ring of stone around the edge. So once I cover the whole area in these things, we're not going to be able to tell. I can't tell where I'm building. Right, yes, I can. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then along here, I want to put in pipe T-pieces like that, but pointing that way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Technically that could be a corner, but I might put more in later. I don't think I will, because I don't think I can get more steam out of these out of this particular area. But right, there we go. I do feel I want to have some kind of supports under this thing, so let's come along here. Go from there. Why down there like that? Oh, has that gone into... Oh, no, well, it has gone... No, it hasn't gone into the lava. That's what's gone onto the rock there. There we go. The whole thing is now lovely and supported. And I could probably do that as well, but it'll go, no, you can't do that. There's lava in the way, which is kind of fair. No, then I'll run it over this way, I guess. Does that feel like it's supported? I have no idea. It looks weird and uncomfortable, so I'm going to go and just look weird, slightly weird and uncomfortable. Right, so all of this is now producing electricity, which is the whole point of why we came here. Ooh, let's put another strip of stone. I've run out of stone. Put another strip of stone along the back of here. because I'm going to need some pylons up here because the power is not going to reach from the cables are not. I can't run cables from all the way down there to all of these because the other machines will get in the way, which is kind of fair enough, really. Oh, and there you go. There's the sort of clipping problems that I was talking about before. Oh, actually, there seems to be right. All right, I'll put one there, and I'll put another one over. Right. Okay, we'll connect to there for now, and then we'll connect you to there. Right. I need a little bit more stone to play with. Fortunately, I seem to be able to dig up the. I think can I dig up the ceilings? No. All right. That isn't. Despite it being a lighter colour, I can't dig it up. I need to fly all the way back over to the start of here, where there is some special soft stone that I can beat up a bit. Yeah, it's always struck me as a little bit weird with those sort of games where it has the whole sort of you don't actually start playing the game until you've been playing the game for 500 hours or however long it takes to get to end game content. Now I sort of understand to an extent you've got the earlier bit could probably be seen as a tutorial because you're going to need a little bit of being taught how to play it and introduced to all of the mechanics and so on. But it does still seems a little bit weird that you have to level your character up to the max level before you can even start participating in what quite a lot of the game involves. Whereas, yes, but I mean, it obviously works because it's an enormously popular game. But it does seem a little bit odd that it changes so much. I guess you start playing what's almost effectively a different game. Yeah, actually, I've Lviv, but I already have a job. Don't want a second one. Yeah, I guess quite. And I do already have at least a couple of jobs. But well. Okay, maybe I'm being unfair on Eve then. If it's not quite as much of the sort of the you must play to this sort of stage before you can even start really playing. It's just sort of the impression I've got from people talking about it, I suppose, which obviously is not necessarily going to be accurate. Give me that. Right. One. And there we go. Now that one won't reach there because there's this supposedly this steam turbine is in the way, which is kind of ridiculous. Let's try again. Right there. Yeah. And now I can't reach. That one can't reach this one. It can this one. But it can reach this one. Right. All right. Let's start again with these things and put them in. I don't know. Let's try something. If I put the next pylon in the middle of this guy, can I then reach back to there? No. Or that, nor there. So that's daft. But I suppose I could put them slightly further away, except I can't because of where I've built. So I guess I'll have to put one there, and then, well, then I need to put in more stone. But that's fine. No, not there. Put in more stone like that. Then I can run pylons from there to... so that's going to get those two. That can get those two. That can get this one and any I might possibly apply somewhere later. Oh, thanks to the resub, Sphere. Good to have you around as ever. Oh, I've run out of pylons. Right, okay. Well, let's start again and remove that and that and that, and hopefully there's no way I'm going to be able to get one from. If I remove that as well. Right, I need to get this in line with all of these guys. So I go from there to, and it's not long enough to reach there, so I'm going to need to put in some more stone. If I could do this. Zoink, like that. I can run you from there to as far along here as it'll reach, which is there. Then hopefully I can bring one from there to, yes, there we go. Now this is going to work. 1, 2, 3. Then link that to there, link it to there. This one goes to there and to there. This one goes to there and to there. Right, now everything is plugged into the high what's name network. So we should see if I can. Do these guys have a control panel on them? Yes, they do. Why do you need foundation? You're high power. Oh. Right, okay. I need to pull out all of this stone and replace it with foundation. Okay. That's really annoying. I thought these things didn't require foundation because they were high voltage. But no, they apparently do. 1. At least some of it is very, very quick and easy to dig through. But yes, Sophia, I'm afraid you're not the first person to make that joke, but we are indeed back on Vulcanus. Yeah, I am messing around with geothermal power, and rather than sort of trying to pump water down and then do anything on the surface, I'm just going straight to the source. I've gone to find some lava, and then I'm putting coaly water into it, and that makes power. But unfortunately, it turns out that you can't do that with without laying foundation first. And like a fool, I thought, well, I'm sure if I put it on stone, it'll be fine. And it was not fine. Yeah. Yeah, that's what my point, No Guard, is. Yes, if you want to play WoW, you probably want to play it with your friends, and so that probably means you want to go off and do the raids. Although I guess there are. I mean, are there low-level raids you could do? I suppose you'd have to all your friends start at the same point and level at the same speed, but that's not unmanageable. Or to an extent, you could carry somebody who was a lower level, so they get more XP. Yeah, that's a common thing in games. I know one of my friends did that for me when I gave Eve a try to find out if I would like it, and it turned out, let's say, that I didn't really. Yeah, one thing I noticed, I found, what was it? Yes, No Guard said enjoyed the idea of playing Eve more than actually playing it, and yes, I had exactly that myself. But where did I go up then? I'm not quite sure. Was it because I ran into this? I don't know. Yeah, I found that with D&D as well. That I enjoyed the idea. I thought, yeah, D&D sounds like good fun. I enjoy fantasy stuff. I enjoy playing games with my friends, all that sort of thing. But then, yes, I definitely found that. I think I'm just not. I'm not good enough at improv. So the sort of the role playing with 2 L's, I was quite good at, because I'm a decently good strategic thinker. I understand how to play these sort of games, that sort of thing. So that I was fine with. But then the actual playing a character, I was much less good at. And despite my theatrical background or foreground, because it seems to sort of, they've all kicked in, I can hear them. Despite the amount of theatrical stuff I do, very little of that is, well, in fact, none of that is improv. It's all scripted. So, yeah. So, yeah, I'm not used to sort of making things up on the fly. And in fact, it's probably one of those things where I'd find that playing a lot of D&D would actually be good for my acting. Because suddenly I'd have... Was I standing in the lava? I probably was. Would be good for my acting, because then I'd practice my improv, and improv is a useful thing to have when anything goes a little bit wrong on stage. So, yeah, it's a thing that would be... maybe it's a thing I should be practicing. Like one of the reasons I started doing streaming was and YouTube stuff was because I wanted to get a bit better at... kind of talking off the cuff, so whether it's in a meeting or a training session or just about anything, being able to just carry on, provide a sort of reasonably coherent stream of consciousness about whatever I need to talk about. And I have noticed that in meetings at work, I tend to be a bit more... It's ironic that I paused there, because I tend to be a bit better at getting my thoughts across without putting in lots of ums and ers and filler words and trying to go off and trying to look for what I'm trying to say, compared to other people. Which I think is at least partly due to the experience I've got from doing the streaming, where I have to talk about something that's in both cases I'm talking about something that I know about, but in both cases it's also something that I have to, it's not scripted, so I have to come up with it on the fly. I have to work out what I'm going to say as I'm doing it. And I found it has made a big difference, and I think I sound probably more confident and more put together than if I hadn't had to spend the last however many years spending 8 hours a week talking constantly to a group of people who are hopefully interested in us, at least some of what I've got to say. Right, let's get some more foundation. However, I can now... Oh, while we're over here, let's poke one of the one of these things and find out how the power generation is now looking. Be interesting to see where the power is coming from. Because we've got... yeah, we've got the high voltage grid. It's got a massive quantity of power. So my worry is, what's the priority on the power? The high voltage grid has 15 steam turbines on it, of which mumble are the ones I've just put in, and the rest are the ones that are running off the old coal-fired system. And I don't know... in fact, I imagine there is absolutely no prioritisation between them. So still, half of the power maybe is going to be coming from each of my systems. So that we are going to still be using quite a lot of power from the other thing. I don't know if there's an easy way to switch them on and off. If the new stuff is providing enough power, which I suspect it might be, I could just disconnect the old ones. I wonder if there's any kind of switch that I could use. That'd be worth looking at. Because there's there's a load of logic stuff in this game that I've not touched. Why is there only 200 and whatever here? Why have we not got any copper? I think I see why we've not got any copper. And that belt should be being fed by something. Probably this belt over here, I guess. So let's think this through before I just go in and blindly add another belt. Alright, so we have 2 supplies of copper coming out of here. For some reason, that one is still not a full belt. Oh, yes, last week I was working on improving the copper supply, and I didn't finish. Right, okay. That's a bit of a fail. What did I need? I think it was an enormous quantity of inserters. That'll be why I didn't have any inserters at the start of the stream. Let's go and finish that off, because that's nearby. And I am nothing if not easily distracted. So I'll grab some of those. This is a much shorter flight than the power generation. And also, the power generation is, I'm not going to say fixed, sorted, and so on, but it is most of the way there. We've got enough power now, anyway. Right, so over here, yeah, here we go. So I was finishing this off, where I need to have a third belt. So yeah, so over here. No, nobody reminded me about it. Why are you not working? You've not got any inserters. Fair enough. Why is there a piece of belt there? Who's that? Okay, so along here, we want to go bim, bim, bim-de bim. 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 Bim-de bim. Right, there we go. There is a nice flow of copper coming out of there now. Is it enough? I don't know. It's coming around to here, though. Oh, and I was going to try and top this up, because in theory... Actually, as I say top this up... I don't really want to. I mean, that's why I ran this belt round here, sure. But still, what I actually want is more drills filling this belt. So let's do that. And not have the box going all the way into these corners. Oh! Bother. I didn't count. I just eyeballed it and thought, yeah, that'll be fine. And it was not fine. You failed me, regular. How could you? Actually, let's take this opportunity. Let's not consider this to be a fail. Let's consider this to be an opportunity. And pick up all of these. And all of these. And then use the actual tool that's designed for this sort of thing. From there to there to there. Pull up all of that. And then take the drills a little bit closer to the actual copper face, like this. Yes, there's no such thing as a fail, only an opportunity you hadn't realised you were going to have. Only an opportunity to make things better. That sounds more like a sort of thing you might read in some sort of management nonsense. Right. Bring it over there and yeah, over there as well. Boink. Alright, where are my drills? in here, probably. I've only got 8 of them left. I mean, 8 is enough, but... it's 5. On the plus side, this is going to give me a lot of extra rubble to play with that I can use for expanding the underground power generation area, should I need it. I don't think I do need any more, so, you know, it's not actually going to be useful, but if I tell myself it's useful, then maybe I'll believe it. Right. And then fill in all of that. And, oh wait, this needs to be extended out to there, because that's where the belt goes. And I'm going to need to dig another hole along here for the belt. Smash all this up. And that's a yellow belt, one of these, so I can run that from there to there. And then let's have a bit more diggy from here. I can't get in there because there's a belt in the way now, but that's fine. Just need to take that bit out, then the belt can come from there out here like this. And actually, yeah, this means I can now merge these. I can use a yellow merger like so, and boom, that'll link onto there. And we've got some flowing through from here. However, I do want to squeeze my way through here and set this one to prioritize that way. This keeps getting in my way. Just knock all of that out. All of this has stopped. I've broken the power somewhere. Oh, I see, it comes in here. Bing. Not Bing. Oh, I see. There we go. Yes, there we go. Now come along here with these things. Like that. And I can put some more drills around the corner here, which are kind of unnecessary, but you know what, I've got them, so okay, oh, I can't fit them in yet. Put 1, 2 in here then, like that. Have I trapped myself? I have. And then they will also need exerters, boom, and boom. There we go. Okay. So we've now got a nice healthy yellow belt coming out there without being fed from over there. We've got flowing in over here. Right, so 2 yellow belts in means we're going to have each one of those gets multiplied by 50% coming through these crushers. So turning it from copper rubble into copper ore in the crushers means you get 2 in, 3 out. So you get an extra 50%. So that means we're bringing in we're bringing in 2 belts. We've got 3 coming out the other end, potentially, in theory. We do, however, need to actually have the inserters to deal with all of that. So we can go along here now, add these ones in. This is very expensive in inserters, building up a Foundry system like this, but that's kind of okay. And now we should see. Oh, I need to do this one as well. Fine. All the way along here with these to load them up. Right, and then they'll start pumping out the copper on the other side as well, at least in theory. Yes, there we go. So those are both working. So we've got 2 input belts, we've got 4 output belts. By quantity, that's actually only 3 belts. So what I want to do is come over here and have a series of, basically a series of splitters that will all prioritize to the right, like that. It's got most of it going out on that side now. I'm going to want another 2 belts to come through here. Yeah, and then I'll take out that and that, and then put in another one of these guys in there. And this will also... also prioritise to that side. And I'm not trying to balance here or anything like that. I'm just trying to distribute it so that we have the fixed point R. I'm trying to distribute it so we turn 4 belts in into 3 belts out, basically. And then I put in another one of these over here in the same sort of way, like that, and have that set to output to this side. And then not quite finally, that needs to come out of there and go to the input over there. Right, so there we go. That's going to be 4 not full belts coming in and 3 actually full belts coming out. And I can then run this one off like this and go, crap. Also, I think these lifts, only have a capacity of 2 yellow belts, so I'm going to need to put in another elevator anyway to take the rest of it down. However, at least this does now mean we've got 2 theoretically solid belts of copper coming through. As that backs up, we should see more. We should stop getting these gaps, I think. Have I done this? Would this be better all... No, it has... Maybe I need more of a gap between them so there can be a little bit of buffer. No, that wouldn't help. Maybe if I set the input priorities. No, I don't think that would help either. Yeah, we're getting occasional gaps in it, so... Oh, which... I'm sure you're both enjoying my suffering, Sophia's kid. Which particular bit of suffering was it? Was it when I accidentally blew up my mining drills? Because that probably did deserve a certain amount of laughter. Let's put some support under here because this looks a little bit silly. There we go. Much better. Yeah, that was a bit clumsy, I will happily admit it. I could put in some more splitters passing across to the right, but I feel that the thing is, there is obviously easily enough coming in. But if I start passing it across again, then I'm going to end up with... If I run across from here, then I'm going to end up with... If I'd run across doing more prioritizations from right to left, then I'm going to end up with not all of it coming through. Although I suppose I could then put in another... Yeah, thing is, I don't care about balancing. I just want to prioritize it all to the right-hand side. And then take over whatever's left off this one as necessary. Which should be trivial, but doesn't seem to be being. And I'm wondering if I'm being dumb. Which is certainly possible. Yeah, exactly. But if I then put in another set of splitters across here, pushing stuff over to the right, then I'm likely to end up, if there's a gap on the first 2 belts, then I'll end up with a gap on the left-hand belt. Cross the 4th over and have it side feed on that side. Could do. Would that work? Let's try. So I could have a ramp up here, and then belt across here, and that way, boink, and no, that's not what I meant for it, and then that, this is meant to be a downslope then, that goes there. And I could just side feed it, you're quite right, Or I could put in a splitter for the sake of more splitters. Come on, fit in the right place. Yep, getting there, like that. Right. Actually, if I input priority from both sides at this point, then then it's creating back pressure along here now, which means we should now shouldn't see any gaps at all. Right, so that's better. Okay, so my next question was speeds of things. So these belts are 320 per minute. The elevator matrons are, freight elevator 1s are 320. Okay, so the freight elevator 2s are the speed of 2 of these belts. So I would need to have I would need a second elevator of whatever speed, it kind of doesn't matter, in order to get the third belt out and out there. Now, I have already increased the throughput because these 2 belts are now both full, as you can see by the fact they keep stopping, and so we've now probably got enough copper. But I also kind of want to put in my additional elevator, really. Brick of that there for the moment, so I've got something to place it against, probably. And I've got 2 of these, excellent. So I can put in a freight elevator 1 like that, and extend that across there like that. Put another one of these here, another one of these here. And when I inevitably need a 4th belt of copper, I can put in a freight elevator. I can upgrade this to a freight elevator 2. So now I need to go down the hole, bonk, like that, and then start with the digging. At least this much of it, to put in the other half of the elevator. Right, so there's part of my part of the bottom of my elevator. There's the second corner. There's the third corner. There's the 4th corner. Knock out all the stuff in the middle. And then put that back. And then I put down the other end of the elevator like this, but I tell it to be a bottom. Boop. And then it'll merrily dig out the rest of the soil above, I believe. Something blocks 158 meters. Okay, let's go and have a look. At least it tells me where, which is nice of it. The only thing I can see is blocking up. The only thing up here at all is itself. What's blocking it? Freight elevator construction blocked by building part at height 158. And I can remove these. Don't think that'll help because they're not. Oh, they are under it. I'll take it back. There we go. I think. It's gone the right colour anyway. So I should be able to put these back in now. Like that. Yeah, so those were okay. It was the bit that I had a row of it under there for some reason. And there we go, it's digging its way out. Actually, let's not jump. Let's not fall down the elevator shaft. That seems like a silly idea. Let's fall down this hole instead. I started my rocket booster just as I hit the ground. Right, so down here I can now hollow out a little bit more space down here. This is the bottom of the elevator, lovely. And so we'll also need a bit of that to put in one of these, boom, like that. I've accidentally put this one block higher than the other one. I should probably fix that because otherwise it'll bug me. Let's do that. So I'll dig out a bit more of a hole here. Yoink. Take out all of this. And then just demolish that. But I will need to have a way out for stuff here. And then I can go back in, I can do the elevator again. Fortunately, it's already dug most of the hole, so I can just chuck that in. Okay, there we go. In fact, it has already dug the hole, so that just appears immediately. Excellent. Put that across there. Then I can put in one of these coming out from here and going that way, like that. And going into at least into that wall. And then output. Well, I could dig this out now. It's going to be a bit of a... Is it worth it at this point? Maybe. I feel like I might... Maybe I should. I don't think I need an entire additional belt to feed the bus, but I do think I'm likely to need another belt of copper at some point. That's true. I could have fed it back into all the way back round into a splitter that was before the first one. Yeah, and then messed around with prioritization from there. I think the system I've set up now should work. I guess we'll find. I'll find out if I go back and have a look to see whether there's a 3 full belts flowing out, or whether we've got some sort of confusion going on over there. Of course, actually, it'll never be able to flow. As long as the supply doesn't dry up, there will always be some buffer left in the furnaces. So we'll never actually be able to have that system flow until it appears to run dry, which is kind of a good thing, actually. I think. Does that make any sense? So there's always, yeah. What I'm saying is it is always going to be capable of making the copper at the same rate that it can be exported at. And therefore, because there's bound to be a bit built up in the system at the start, it's never going to be that amount built up is never going to go away unless we somehow run out of iron or copper ore going into it, because I don't know, blow up the drills again or something ridiculous like that. I can hear a rumbling noise. I must be approaching my main factory. At least I don't have to worry about exactly where I am when I'm doing this, because I can just follow the belts to my right. I can still see them, so I know I haven't gone too far yet. Oh, here we go. Interesting stuff is happening. Right. Okay. So it comes to here basically, and I think I'm gonna lay the belt, but I'm not going to wire it, hook it up to anything yet. Bumpy head, bumpy head, bumpy head. You know, I could do the thing here where I've run out of belt. Yeah, I could do the thing where I just lay it to about here. Let's put a little bit less in. Lay it to about here, and this will kick me out above the ground, I think. No. No, it just won't let me put it there. Okay, I'm sure in the past I've had it actually kick me out and spit me out above ground somewhere, but when I put something down and I didn't fit in the space. But in this case, apparently, it's just not letting me put it in place down at all. Right, where's the way out? It's up here. No, it's not. There is a way out here somewhere. Put that way. Yeah, there it is. Right, up we go. And then out here, round here, and out. Yeah, so there we go. I've got... Actually, that one's filled up again as well. So I've got two solid belts going out now anyway, which is good. I should probably go back and finish that belt off, because if I don't, I will forget. And I'll go... I'm sure I had another belt of copper coming through here, or something like that. But first, I will fix the copper supply into the mall, because if I don't, I'm going to run out of stuff to do anything with. Belt 2. Gimme. Got a whole 28 of them. That's a concern. I would have rather had slightly more than that. Although, actually, looking at where this comes through, let's just go under here. Where's that hole? There's the hole. Oh, there's another belt right there. Oh well, that's fine. We've got room for that. Knock that out, and then take out all of this. Right, there we go. And then I want to have a yellow ramp going up here. Like that. And, this is going to be the tricky bit, because I need to put in... If I stand in the hole... No, that's not any better. Oh, actually, that's not too bad. Right, so if I find my yellow belts, there they are. I can just see that, so I can hook onto there, put in 2 pieces to go underneath those belts. Then I can put in a ramp going down this time, and then another one, and then a piece of belt going that way, and then pull out that, and put in one of these, like so. And that will now feed copper both off that way into making science packs and down here into the mall to make everything else. I think I'm going to prioritise for the mall, because the mall is going to be bursty, but when I want the mall to run, I want the mall to run. So we'll have that as the priority. Over here, well, half of it is going into making green circuits, but at least we are now getting a solid belt coming out here. So I'm kind of okay with that. What I really need to do is bring up... Actually, I think I'll bring up the third one here and feed that straight into the mall, because I think... I don't... Yeah, no, not into the mall, into the green circuit production, because that does seem to be churning through a lot of this. So we take you out, and you, and you, and you, and you, and up there, and that. And then that, and that, and that. Then I can link that from there. No. From there to there. That's my copper for the mall and for science. And then here, I need to dig a hole again. What's out this way? Okay, I can't get too far that way because I'll run into the another one of the belts that's coming up. So I'll have my spiral for this one in this sort of area. We're going to be doing another spiral. Isn't that going to be fun, girls and boys, mums and dads? Right. Let's at least put in the first ramp to get it in place, which is going to be an up ramp like that. I can drop down here, and we know that we're not going to fit another ramp in there because this thing's in the way. But I can put in a piece of belt like that, and then one of these like that. Yeah, there we go. And now I can spiral down from here without needing to disturb the above ground any more than I already have. So now I can put in a couple of pieces of belt like that, and then a ramp like that, belt like that, and that. Oh, this is a silly system. But, you know, it works, so I won't knock it too hard. I've got just got this sort of little underground hall area where I've got all 3 of my copper belts spiraling their way upwards into the to where they're actually needed, which is a little silly, but you know, as I say, if it's silly but it works, it's still silly. You just got lucky. Okay, so can I put in one of these here, and then here, and then I think that's it. Then I just need this belt in. I can't get in there. There, and then down here. You know, there's no reason not to make this underground chamber a little bit wider, so that I can tell so that I can actually maneuver around in it and see what's going on. Space underground is reasonably cheap. It just takes digging time, and I've got. I was going to say I've got that in spades. The pun was actually not intentional for once. Be amazed. Cool, can we go under there? Yeah, we can go under there. That's much better. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Right, there we go. The it is now complete, except it's not, because I need to then. There's another belt coming through right up here. Okay, well, I need to now run down here and go, have I got enough additional belts from that shenaniganery? 39 of them. I can't get through. Fine. Well, we'll have a service area down the middle here where the ceiling is a little bit higher, so I can get all the way through. We'll dig this out first, and then put in the other belt. I'm nearly there. Because there's already a little bit of that at the other end. Right, so I don't think the 39 belts that I've got are going to be enough. But I'll put them down anyway because I've got them. Like that. Yeah, not enough by... I probably needed slightly more than twice as many, which is a little bit annoying because if it had been way out, then... Oh, I don't know. It's annoying either way, to be honest. However, that is now a nice healthy supply of copper going to the mall, I hope, believe, expect, think, wish. Yeah, there we go. Once again, we have copper on the mall. Excellent. So now I can come in here, I can get some more of these belts. Gimme, gimme, gimme. 76, that'll be enough. And also, we're making foundation. There's now 600 of it available, so I'll take some of that as well. Because I'm going to need that at some point when I head back over to finish off the G supply, the geothermal power supply. I'll need some more for that. Let's go in here and then down here. And drop down. This is silly. Let's make for slightly easier access for me, shall we? I know there's something sort of satisfying about digging out as little ground as possible. But on the other hand, it's really annoying when you can't get around. There we go. Lovely. Now that's flowing properly. So I can go back up here, out this way, whoop, out this way. Right, so now we can see all three belts. I was going to say basically flowing flat out. No, these two are stopping from time to time. So that suggests we are bringing through more than enough copper, which is amazing. I approve of that. This one is running solidly, which I like to see, which is what I like to see. I think this is working. You can see all the smelters that aren't actually having to run at the moment because we're just emptying out buffers. Interesting that all of those are running solidly because we're using that one by priority apparently, from the way I've hooked stuff together. Yeah, okay, this is working. Although you can, it's working at a lower. Oh, it's because we build up buffers. So that machine there is emptying out its buffer before this one even gets to get started again. If we can run at the nearly constant rate that we were running at before for a while, then we'll start to see the buffers being depleted and more of the machines running. But yeah, that should work now. I think that should now bring out the amount of copper that I'm going to need for everything that I'm trying to do. So that's one belt going down that way for all the robot production, one belt coming this way that goes into the mall by priority and then off to science production as a second priority, and then a third one that goes into making green circuits. That is the only thing it does, and it's going in there. And we don't have any green circuits. Oh, so there we do. We have some green circuits coming out now. So that was just it taking quite a long time for it to flow all the way down the belt. But yeah, there's 3 spiral belts coming up out of the ground here. Yeah, that's interesting. It's quite fun what you can do with a third dimension when you mess around with it in the right way. So that's pretty cool. Right, next thing is to head back over. Now I've got some foundation. Is to go back over to the power generation place and take a look at that. See how things are getting on over there. It occurs to me to wonder how much of the coal juice I'm getting through. Is that being produced easily fast enough? Is it being produced just about fast enough, or is it going to be somewhat lacking? These are important questions because there is another geothermal vent system over there somewhere that might be worth going and investigating and setting up some more geothermal power, because it's quite useful, relatively cheap. I could also set up some solar. The pipe is empty. Well, that answers that question. It's coming over here. We have lots of the... we have no... What? Why do we not have power? What have I broken? Right, so these have power. These are working. So somewhere under here, these do not have power, which tells me that either down there or under there I have messed up. That's not messed up. That's not messed up. Oh. Oh, that's a burner generator. Right, so we need that in there. And now we should see... Oh, I see. So, yes, these worked initially when I first put them in because they're running off the burner generator over here, which I'm going to remove because I don't actually want to have that there. It's theoretically there as an emergency Kickstarter for the mine down underground. So it probably is... Actually, no, let's keep it there. Oh, but it needs fuel, or rather it needs fuel in a box next to it. And I won't have the resources with me to build a box at the moment. Oh, but if I do need fuel in an emergency, I can go and punch some trees in, you know, a slightly Minecrafty way. Okay, so let's put that burner generator back in. Like that. And I will deliberately not fuel it. But if I do have a crisis, I can go over, I can punch some of these trees, I can get some biofuel, or I could pull up grab some of the coal off this belt if that hasn't broken, and I can chuck it in there, and that'll provide us with enough fuel to hopefully get the mines down there working again, and therefore bringing us some power. Okay, so that has now instantly filled that pipe back up again, which is awesome. If we look over here, it is getting taken away as fast as it's being made. Oh, because there's the pump at the other end, but the fact that this pipe does looks full and doesn't look like it's flowing makes me think I got back here before it became a crisis. There is a lot of pipe capacity to throw the ignium-enriched water out into, of course. It's making 6,480 per minute. Well, let's have a look. So that produces 6,000 a minute. This thing, and I've got 3 of them, uses 2,160 a minute. So I'm looking at 6,500, which is probably, yeah, it's going to be that. So one of these is enough to power the 3 machines I've got tucked away down underground, and I've got 2 of them, and this one's running as well. So this should fill it up pretty quickly. And so that tells me that if I want to, I could run an additional system of shenanigans. I could run another pipe and set of power cables from here as well over this way to this one and get more power from over here. I might be able to use the clipboard to check the power capacity. Oh, no, it'll be this thing. It'll be the, yeah. The tablet, not the clipboard. The clipboard is for the big construction things, but the tablet is for looking at machines. So yeah, so there's 13,000 water in the network, and it can pass through 3,600. If I look at this one, there's 1,400 in the. Okay, yeah, it's full now, so it has just filled up. And I put it in the last minute. I put in 3,200 and taken out 2,000. So yeah, that seems to be okay. Throughput is 36,000 litres per minute, so we've got plenty of capacity there. It is up to almost its maximum length. Oh yeah, we know it's at maximum length because I had to put in the pump underground, so that's fine. Yeah, so this now seems to be okay. And power production, I believe, is also okay. Are you a suitable thing to look at? No, you're not. You are, but I need to find your control panel, which is tucked down there. Grid stats. Right, so yeah, we're producing way more power than we're using. That one is struggling. Where's that? Problem with this is I don't know which transformer that is. I know it's got 54 assembler 2s on it, and some lights and some loaders, but I don't know where that is. This is clearly my main factory area. That's got 4 transformers on it, but I don't know where that one is, so I don't know how to go and upgrade it. But if it's got 54 assemblers, it must be somewhere that's doing quite a bit of manufacturing. I think that's probably going to be the robot production area that I've got. So let's go over and check that out. I will also turn on the big antenna thing because I've noticed that I've now got more than 500,000 thermalites in my bank account, so I need to chuck some of those back at the to pay off some loan or spend them on something. I also need to start flattening them a bit more quickly because whilst I've got quite a lot of capacity. Oh no! While I was out here, the reason I came out here was because I was going to go down and finish off the foundation under the generators. So let's do that and actually, you know, finish a job before I start another one. I need some sort of voice-activated stack to-do list type thing, but AI is not at that point yet, I don't think. Right, so we go down here and put in the foundation, then fly all the way back again. Ha! I wonder if I could. Oh no! You need to have the tower powered in order to use the terminal. If I try and use my where's my terminal? Here's my terminal. If I try and so the point is the tower allows you to use the terminal from anywhere. So if I switch this over to station management, then I can't. I need a radio tower. So that's how that works. Yeah, so. Oh, I see. Carry the placeable terminal around with you. Yeah, I suppose so. I was going to say that takes up inventory space, but then so does the handheld thing. Although the handheld thing allows you to use the orbital laser, so of course that's obviously awesome. Right, fill that up. Bing. Right, now we're all cooking with coal juice. Lovely. Hang on, why are you not? You're running. Why are you not running? Have you got a problem, or are you just? Is there just enough steam in the pipe from the other guy? Whoop. Don't fall in the lava, Laurence. I know it doesn't hurt, but okay, it is working, just not constantly. I think that's because I've got a lot more power than I actually need. So the machines aren't actually the vents aren't actually having to work all that hard. I think this one is taking the brunt of it because it's the nearest to the end of the pipe. So fluid mechanics tells us that we take more from this one than we do from the other two, which seems reasonable, to be fair. You know what? I could probably fly underground from here to here and then get out up my up the other elevator. Let's try that and see how lost I get, just because I'm a bit of a masochist, or possibly an idiot, depending on how you look at it. It's the same distance to fly either way, and the same distance to ride in the elevator, but I can then take a look at the thermalites squashing and try and decide how I'm going to get more of that in, because we don't currently have enough squashed thermalite. There's my thermalite squashing over there. I can see it already. That felt like a much shorter distance. I wonder if this is like the Nether and distances are shorter underground. I very much doubt it. But that did seem like a shorter flight than I was expecting it to. Or maybe these are just further away from my... I think these just might be further away from my elevator than I expected them to be. So yeah, we've got lots of thermalite going in, and we've got some squashed thermalite coming out. But it does feel like I need a lot more of these things down here to produce the squashed thermalite, because yeah, there just isn't enough. The factory is being starved. Oh yeah, I need to call the lift. Lift, please. Bing. Yeah, we have a steady stream of thermalite blocks coming out and a stream of the plates going in, but yeah, there's just not enough of these machines. That's yet another thing to expand at some point. Can I have my lift, please? I know it's a long way, but I feel like it would probably actually be quicker just to have holes that I fly up and down rather than using the elevators. But the elevators sort of feel, I don't know, it feels the right way to do things somehow. Surface, please. Okay. Right, so sorted out the power, sorted out the copper. Let's go and check on the scanometron building. See how that's getting on, how the construction of that is getting on. That uses squashed thermalite, so it's probably struggling. Oh, and I need to check where we don't have enough power for as well, because I think I've still got 4 transformers left, so I can get some more power out of those. Have I invented big transformers yet? Ding. Yes, I have. And they do 25 megawatts, and they're it's less than 4 times as big. Okay. Right, so I reckon it's this area over here. And I think we have power being brought in over here somewhere. Yeah, this one probably. So, I think it's you that's getting overloaded. So I'll put in another one of these here. And then run a cable from there to there. If I now have a look at the grid stats, hopefully that'll tell me that... Yeah, there we go, yes, the one with 54 assembler 2s now has 2 transformer smalls powering it, so that is the correct one, and I have fixed that problem. Excellent. Zoom. Ah, building's finished. Nice. Oh, I need to plug it in, though, before it will do anything. Can I run a cable from there to there? No. And I've run out of small power poles. Don't tell me invalid copy target, just copy the thing. There it is. That wasn't so hard now, was it? Put one of those in there. Right, now I can run a cable from bip, bop, bap. There we go. Is that immediately scanning? No. Okay, maybe I need to poke it with stuff. Does it have a one of these things? It probably does. Oh yeah, debt payment time. Let's do it the new exciting way. So I'll come over here, turn this thing on, boop. Now I can whip out my this thing, ping, yay! Finances, make payment. I'm just going to pay off 500,000. I'm not spending this on anything, on building, on any upgrades or anything at the moment, so I should blow it all on paying off some loan down to 53,000 now. That's fine. And my debt is below 3 million. Woo! My debt tax is almost halved as well. That's quite nice. So I'm nearly halfway through completing that. That's rather nice. R&D lab, the transport bots, we can improve these. Anything else? Vacuum bots can be improved. 9. Light bot. That one. Screen bot. Maintenance drone. Oh, that should have been product weight. Never mind. Okay, Minlex, that's good to hear. So yeah, that'll be nice being able to rename bits of this bits of the electrical networks for. That rings a bell. I might have seen that in the blog post as well. Thank you for the reminder. Yes, being able to rename different transformers just so you can tell what on earth they are will be very, very handy. Long range scanner. Make it so. How much power are we using? All of it, probably. Oh no, still got loads of power. Long range scan only uses 1.7 megawatts. That's not too bad compared to the 10 megawatts the radio tower uses. Right, so this is now scanning. It's 2 seconds per chunk. Let's have a look at the map. And yeah, it's much like the Factorio one. It's going around, picking off chunks around the edge and finding out what's in them. Perfect. So over here, next to this water patch, we have... Okay, so there's a lava cave shaft there, which is so potentially useful. If we can... If there's a coal patch sort of around here as well, then I could do another one of... another copy of this system, making the coal juice up here. Oh, but there's no point, because we still need to get it to the geothermal vents. Yeah. Well, I think the answer now is going to be just let this carry on scanning for a while, because it's going to take a while, which is fair because I only built it up to, I was going to say the minimum capacity, but no, I think these 3 things along here get me extra range, so it can see further, but I've only got one twiddlematron at the top, which I think controls the speed. Let's citation needed myself on that one. Yeah, distance modules, I've got 3 of those. That's these guys along here. And then speed module, I've got 1. That's this guy up here on the top. and high voltage attachment scan building. Scan module? I don't know what I can put on the end of that. What are you? Oh, you could be a. Oh, I see. I can put power on. I can put the power on either end of it. Okay, that makes sense. But I'm only allowed to have one of those at the most. And then along here, I can put in additional distance modules. On here, I can put additional speed modules if I wanted to get faster. Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with that being kind of slow, because at the moment I have enough stuff at the moment. Things are ticking over. Things are working nicely. I just need to work out what the next thing that I want to do is. So there are more researches to do. There's always more research that can be done. I could do some office furniture. I could do an incinerator, which is just for destroying stuff. Not that useful because I can destroy stuff from my pockets. Oh, I did want to get more thermalite squashing. That's the thing I'll definitely want to do. Let's research escalators too and play with the escalators a little bit. Hangar gate, I don't care. Mob box, don't care. Portable, I don't care. Science assistant drone. Well, I'll research that. Ooh, advanced thermalite smelting. Okay, that could be very valuable. Because if that means I can... Yeah, if that allows me to lava smelt faster, then just going down and upgrading all of them to lava smelter 2s would be a very handy boost. So yeah, let's grab that. That I definitely want. Advanced steel making. We'll get an advanced smelter. The Crusher 2. Now, if these... In this case, though, if these are just faster, then I don't really care so much. However, it looks like this might be a more efficient way of producing it and produce more of it. So I can turn ignium ore rubble into ignium ore. So that's potentially useful. And I can make the advanced xenoferrite ignium ore blend and then make steel beams tier 2. So that makes 2 steel beams out of each advanced blend, which takes 4 and 2, so 4 iron ore, 2 coal. So it's 2 and 1 to 1, and that's a 1 to 1. What's the current steel recipe? Current steel recipe is 1 to 1 of that, and that's 4 and 2. But that's the rubble as well, so we get. Oh, I thought that was the... Oh, it's that stage that's 2 to 3. Okay, not this stage that's 2 to 3. So we get twice as much steel out. So that actually I think is valuable and worth doing. So let's grab that research. Where's it gone? Where has it gone? Oh, advanced steel making, that's where it was. Right, I was looking for a steel bar. Assembler 3, it's a nice idea, but I'm not sure I really care all that much because the assemblers are going fast now. Let's get it, because then when I want to upgrade things when I want to run things faster, it'll be useful to have it. Large batteries, stores a large amount of energy, sure. Oh, that'll be for solar panel. Oh, solar, I should look into solar. Cargo shuttles. Ah! This is trains. Well, trains. It's trains without tracks. Right, this I definitely want, because I'm very soon I'm going to want to be able to transport stuff from A to B easily and quickly. Character crafting speed, don't care too much. Cleaning bot assembly, that's just another thing I can build and sell, like these guys. So let's take that out, because that's not so useful at the moment. Conveyor 3s are going to be useful, because at some point I'm going to want to make stuff go even faster. Compared to heavy explosive charge. Oh, able to clear lava cave bedrock. Sweet. That could be useful. Bing. Ignium, technum, powerful fuel rods can be created. What can we do with them, though? What does it do? I mean, apparently I can sell them, but... It's got fuel value of 400 megajoules, but what can I burn that in? I don't know at this point. We'll, Ooh, jetpack speed, that'd be good. Inventory size would also be very good. Let's have that and that. Logistics and meh. Mining. Ooh, mining efficiency. Yeah, I would like that. I'd like that more than I would like assembler 3s. Mining laser. That sounds nice. I don't think it's quite as cool as it sounds. Well, no, it is quite as cool as it sounds. It'll allow me to, but I don't think it'll allow me to do multiple chunks. At least not yet. A monument. How expensive is the monument? It's only 50 concrete. Oh, that's not too bad. Volumite barreling. Oh, so we can put stuff in barrels. Oh, that'll be so we can transport it in the cargo shuttles. Teluxite. Ooh, another exciting metal. Pipelines. Oh, high throughput pipes. Okay. Pump jack efficiency, solar panel large, station hull expansion, cargo shuttles liquid. Okay, so or alternatively we can get fluid wagons. Conveyor belts of 3, transport drone assembly. Oh, this is just a thing to sell on spaceships? Fine. Like these are. Yeah, they're just another. I think these are just another drone I can sell, probably. And then there's more stuff down here that requires other things to be researched. Right. What did I just get? Oh yeah, the conveyors. So let's at least make some conveyors and find out what they do because I'm curious. Shipping pad medium conveyors 9. No. Okay, I'll make as many as I can of them. Then I'll put them down and I'll see what happens. In the meantime, let's destroy that. Sort all of that. Destroy that. I wish you could shift click or control click or something on stuff in here to just to destroy it straight up because I spend quite a lot of time grabbing things and bringing them down and it's slightly annoying. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do that. How fast are these? Is my question. Are you ready? Okay, so they're faster than walking speed. Because if I get onto them and start trying to walk, then I still end up going backwards. But I'm not convinced they're fast enough to be useful for getting me around the factory. I suppose you could have them over long distances, and then you could faff around with stuff in your inventory or on the space station while you're riding it. But that requires a lot of construction and a lot of pre-planning, which I'm not very good at. To know where not so much to know where you're going, but to know where you're going to want to go. So I could build a huge number of those and then run it from here. Or the edge of the factory over to the power generation, and back again, and it'd be quite nice because I'd be able to then get from here to there a bit more quickly. But also, the amount of resources required to build it out there, and the amount of time and effort required to build it out there, I don't think it's worth it. I have not built a solar plant actually. That's probably a thing I should do. I'm fully aware that it'll only work some of the time, which is why I went off for the geothermal power first. But yeah, putting a solar farm in this desert over here seems like a good idea. Alright, let's take a look at solar, because that does seem like a very worthwhile thing to do. Before I fly too far, let's find out what's required to make solar panels. So, are you a solar panel? You are. Okay. The fact that it requires energy cells is a bit annoying, because I don't have a great supply of those. I'm making some of them, because one of the science packs requires them. But, as you can see here, they're not making it through to the other end of the belt. In fact, we've used the entire supply of energy cells already. That feels like another thing that needs expanding then. Oh, you're missing stuff. What are you missing? Why are you not... What's on this belt? Okay, electronic components. You've got those. Presumably it's the fluid. There's not enough. Yeah, the fluid is empty. Okay, is that because you have a problem or because you're just... I can't get in. I can't see. There's too much. This area is too cramped. Right, what are we missing? Oh, crushed coal. Why is there no coal? Have I set a priority somewhere on this belt and that's broken things? No, we have no coal. Oh dear. This is what I would describe as a problem. Has this patch run out? Have I depleted this coal patch? Looks like. Well, virtually. There's just a little bit left over there that's clearly out of range of all of the miners. Well, there's a problem. But on the other hand, it's interesting to see it's not the first patch I've completely hollowed out, but it's the first one. It's been the first underground one where you can just see quite so clearly how much of it has gone. So, right, let's take out all of this like that, and then again. Take out all of that. And for the moment, I guess I'll run some power down a little bit further, and we'll carry on using this patch because it's the only one I got. So that'll come down to here. I'll need another one, deeper hole here, and then deeper here. Three. What am I doing? Oh, under there. 3. 3. Actually, this can just come straight across from here now. Whoomp, like that. Is it going to be enough? Probably not. Right. Backpack. What have I got? Where are my miners? There are my miners. I'm going to yellow belt this from here to here, and then apparently fall out the sky for no apparent reason. Run that down there. Right, there we go. Oh no, inserters. However, this is a major problem because that is also a problem. Less major one. I can fix that. Yeah, this is a serious problem. The fact that this coal patch has been essentially depleted is bad news because this is basically supplying all of my base factory with coal. So we've got yes, we've got a patch over here that's doing power, but it's the patch over here that's providing the coal that we need over here for basically everything. Now, these burner generators should not be running. And I think I'm going to pull out these inserters just to make sure, because I don't want to waste coal from here on generating electricity the old-fashioned expensive way. This can all go into making explosives and everything else the factory needs over there, like that fuel stuff. Because otherwise, yeah, the science is going to grind to a halt. Everything's going to grind to a halt without the coal supply here. And we don't have very much of it coming up. So, yeah, more coal is required. There is a small patch of it over there. I could go and get it. It's a height of 116, which is only slightly lower than this one. That's manageable. There are no other coal patches visible yet. So the scanning is obviously scanning, running merrily there. That's weird. What's going on there? Oh, it's an unknown resource. Okay. It's just a really big patch of it. Yeah, cool. I'm looking forward to finding out what that is. Right, so yeah, there is no more coal visible anywhere on the map apart from that patch over there. I don't yet have the flying machines, so I can't go and get that. What's this do? Oh, resource input. Okay. Yeah, I can't. No, I can go and get that. But if I wanted to go and get that, I would have to run an incredibly long belt from here all the way over to here, and then just feed it in from there, which is possible, certainly doable, but it's not ideal. We've got a number of lava cave shafts around here popping up. Got quite a lot of oil, and some more iron, more iron, more iron, more iron, more iron, more iron, iron. A little bit of copper. This is a bit of a dilemma. Maybe I should go back to the scan machine and upgrade that to scan a bit more quickly, since I now suddenly have acquired a need to do scannings. Although, thing is though, any other if I find coal patches outside the scan area, then I could buy it from space. That's true. I don't really want to, but it's certainly a thing I could do. Yes, you're right. I hadn't thought of that. But yeah, any other coal patch I find is going to be further away than that one. If I draw a circle, yeah. I think the correct thing to do is going to be to go off and tap that patch. However, it's also possible the correct thing to do is going to be to wait until I've got cargo shuttles, which is only the next research, so it's not too far off, and then make this the first object of my cargo shuttling. The other question is, do I want to generate electricity over here? We have, obviously there's a coal patch, and there's water, and loads of iron actually. So I could. There may even be geothermal patches over here that we've not spotted yet. So it's possible that I could set up an entire power production system over here. Or I could just stomp big pylons across this this mountain range and get in over that way. So it's not going to be too difficult to hit, to be fair. So I think probably I will just take power over from my existing power supplies and not try and tap that one for other reasons. But yeah, I think I'm going to wait for cargo shuttles to be made, and this can be my first use of them. While I'm waiting, actually no, I'm going to say while I'm waiting. No, I shall pause the game for a sec, but I'm just going to go for a quick bio break. I shall be back in a moment. Yeah, please don't go anywhere. And I'm back. Right, what was I saying? Yes, so let's get the cargo shuttles built, and then I can start pulling the coal from way over there somewhere. In the meantime, I could head over there and start running the power cables, and finding the ore patch and bringing it up to the surface, because I'm obviously going to need to do that to get it into the cargo shuttles. But I think I'd rather just wait and take the landing pad over with me. I'll probably find it's another one of these sort of buildings that requires the construction bots to make. But if so, that's actually okay. So while I'm waiting, let's think about the last thing I researched, which was the Thermalite Squashers Mark II. They had a different name than that, of course, but that's what I'm calling them for now. Right, so let's see what's needed to make one of those. It's this thing here. Lava Smelter 2 is a Lava Smelter 1, Thermalite sheets, Circuit boards and energy cells. Okay. Thermalite sheets. So thermalite sheets are on the... Thermalite sheets are on that row there. Circuit boards are here. Circuit boards are here on the right. I'm pointing to them with my brain, at least. Energy cells are over there on the left as well, even if we're having trouble making them. And lava smelter wands are coming from I have absolutely no idea where, but I can bring them over. That's probably manageable. Well, possibly manageable with this sort of horrible contraption. Lava smelters. Lava smelters. They're being made here. What are you doing? Oh, you're making advanced mechanical components. You're making lava smelters. Can I get the lava smelters out of here? I'm not actually even making lava smelters. Oh, that requires thermalite as well. So I had to bring thermalite in to make these, and then I have to bring these over to make the upgraded ones. Okay, that's a lot of steps. But that's thermalite bars, not thermalite sheets, which everything else that uses thermalite requires. So, do you have to be there, or could you be moved across 2 squares? So you're pulling in from here, and you're not outputting on this side. And over here, you're outputting there, and you're pulling in from there. Which is steel. Okay, so we can move this machine. Why is there a gap then? I don't understand. I don't understand why this is... I don't understand why that's there rather than here, because I don't normally leave gaps unless I need to. Let's try putting in an assembly machine 2, which I also don't have somehow. Okay, well, let's go and get some assembly machine 2s. They're really easy to find because of the the belt bringing the assembly machine assembler 1s over to it. So give me that. Then give me one of give me one of those. I'll put it in a gap here. And then you are going to output here. We're going to extend this belt like that. You're going to input here, fine, and nothing in the 3rd slot, okay. And then on the other side, oh, there was clearly something there before. Right, okay. Don't need that. You're going to do that instead. And what were you even making? Advanced assembly, advanced whatever those things are called. These things, advanced machinery parts. Right, that's working. So now I can pull this out. Boink, 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 boink. Put that back. Also help me. Right, so that's going to come out from there and be fed straight through to here, where we're going to attempt to make lava doobly wooblies 2. So you're going to make lava doobly wooblies 2, which means I need to bring over the lava doobly woobly 1 and fill in the thermalite, the circuit board, and the energy cells. Okay, fine. This is great, except for the lack of energy cells, but I'll go. And, that's going to be the for my next trick. 1, 2, 3. Is that everything except for the? Yes, except I don't have any. Oh no, it's not. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'll put that there, and then we'll actually get some, but it won't be enough to do anything with, but we'll at least pull a few in for proof of concepting. Right, then I need to extend the foundation, because I always do, like that, and then over here it was you. So if we output to here, we can then immediately go up, like this, and go straight through this convenient gap here and come down here. And then a piece of belt like that, an inserter like that, and like that, but you're going to be an output. There we go. And then a belt going across the top of here, like this. Whoop. Like that. That's a really convenient gap between these two buildings. I've no idea why there is a gap there, but I'm going to make the most of it. Right, so that's all good except for two things. One is that I need to bring over thermalite bars to go in that machine over there in order to make the first few mining drills, smelters, sorry. And the other thing is I need more of these damn battery things. Ideally, I need enough of those battery things, and enough thermalite to get past all of these labs that are trying to turn them into science packs. Now, we do seem to have quite a lot of science packs at the moment, but we're also using said science packs in order to research cargo shuttles. I'm sure. Yes, there's yellow science. So those are getting used up. But fortunately, there's quite a lot of them stockpiled along here. They're all just going. Right, so yeah, we need a lot more batteries and we need a lot more thermalite. But the problem is we can't get a lot more. We can't get more of the thermalite until we've got everything flowing through there. So let's go over here and check. Right, so now we've got more of that coming in, so we can actually start making batteries because we've got the crushed coal coming out to go into here. That's a very slow machine. Maybe I need another one of those. That could be fun to fit in. Anyway, yeah, that's too slow. But it's feeding over to here, where we then have this goop coming out, but presumably the shortage is still with the coal, isn't it? Presumably? I mean, yes, it is with the coal. Okay, let's put in another crusher. Let's rebuild this area then. So I'd like to... Oh. Get some more crushers. Apparently that's a thing. Crushers. Crushers 1 anyway. Yoink. Okay, I'm glad it's not just me who's having ignium problems. Yeah, there's always going to be something that's the shortage, I guess. That's just how games are. No, not there. That's just how these sort of games are. There's always going to be a shortage, and you work through it. And in Factorio, it's traditionally copper is usually the problem. In this one, maybe it's coal, and yeah, you have to deal with it. Right. So over here, I am going to extend that belt. This is problematic. I'm taking the thing that I've got a shortage of, and then trying to use more of it. So we'll see. We'll have to see how this goes. There we go. And then over on the other side here, we're going to need some exerters like that. Oop, like that. And we'll that and that and put it in the right place. That, and then belt. I've run out of red belt. Oh, for goodness sake. Fine. Splitter. And lose that. Oh. Fine. No. Right. There we go. Right, that should work. We've now got half a red belt going each way along here. Maybe that'll be enough. We shall see. Oh, there's some green stuff in this pipe now. Let's go and boop it with the boopometron, and we can see there is nothing in it. Lovely. So we still don't have enough being produced to keep up with those machines. Oh, there we go. There's some, and it's all disappearing again. So this tells me, basically, and I knew this was going to happen, my petrochem area is too small. This system here needs to be made bigger, or needs to be made faster and just generally more so. The problem is I've not left enough space to do so, which is obviously a problem. I guess I could bring the coal under all of this and start building more of the battery production over there. What does that take in? It takes... What do we need for battery production? We need everything goes into here, which is volumite gas, so we can make that we're making that in whatever quantity. Water is easy. Ignium powder is the problematic one there, but that's so I could run a pipe. I could run the pipe that's got the ignium gas, which is probably this one. This pipe could be run off way over this way, and we can make some more of the batteries over there. We'd have to get the coal over there, though, as I say. And then if we want to actually get the batteries out, we're going to also need iron and electronic components and glass. And the grid's strained again. Surely not. I mean, this grid is not strained. There's loads of power there. A subgrid, though, could be. These all look okay. Oh, this one's struggling. Okay, well, let's find where it's getting its power from and give it some more. Where is it getting its power from? Looks like it's connected to there, but apparently not, because it's whining. Oh, there's one. Alright, let's give this a bit more capacity, since apparently it's having issues. And this is a really, really easy fix to drop in. I can just do that and that. There we go. Now it's got double the power available. So we shouldn't be seeing that problem again. There's an irony about not having enough power to make batteries. So that requires quite a lot of stuff. But most of that is just being brought into it. It seems to be okay. So I feel like the answer is I need more. This machine here that is the problem. This one is not fast enough for requirements. Although it does require a lot of coal.
Cargo shuttles?
Hooray!
Your blueprint library is soaring beyond expectations. This is precisely the breakthrough technology we need to ship vast quantities of goods to faraway locations on the planet.
That's the plan.
I'm impressed. Our capacity for innovation is really taking flight.
That sounds like a pun. Right, so what I'm thinking is that this machine and the coal crushing should be moved over here and drastically expanded. And when I say over here, maybe I mean like other side of this pipe into this sort of area, so we've got a bit more space to play with. And then we can pipe, and then we can run a long pipe with the alumic acid all the way over to here, and then have certainly another 3 or 4 of these machines scattered along here. That's quite possible. Selling glass and making it into and buying ignium. Yeah, I can see the point. I can see the sense in that. Yeah, I kind of like being self-sufficient. It's a bit of a obsession is too strong a word, but it feels right to be self-sufficient if I can. So that's sort of what I try to work towards. But yeah, it's certainly a possibility to consider if necessary. Right, what are you? You're a chemical processor. Okay. Right. Let's get some ignium. No, let's get some thermalite bar, which is here. This stuff. Chuck that in to make some more. So I'm going to ignore my problems for a moment and try and get some more thermalite, squashed thermalite available. Ow. Squashed thermalite available. So if I come through to here and go to this guy, lava smelter, lovely. Put that in there. Right, there we go. That's now making lava smelters. Over here, in theory, we could be making lava smelter 2. There's just a distinct shortage of resources for it. So put those in there. We've still not got enough batteries. However, I could come across here and just purloin the batteries as they come through. At least if a decent number did. Like this. And I could fly down here and see if there's any... Yeah, I can purloin those ones as well. Some of them anyway, apparently. Ah, here we go. Right, this is what I need. This is obviously a very, very temporary solution to a what's probably going to be a much... Oh, I can hold E down. That's much easier. Still miss half of them, but... Yeah, this is obviously a temporary fix, because it's not going to actually fix anything, but it is going to get me some lava smelters up and running. Lava smelter 2s. Boink. There we go. So I can then grab those. I can take them down. Hopefully it'll be a direct in-place upgrade. If not, I'll... Or maybe I'll just go down and add some more in, rather than saying, well, I'll upgrade them. What are the stats? Let's find out. So, you do things that... we don't know. But what we do know is this makes squashed thermalite. So, it's twice as fast. That's basically what I expected. We've made 3 of them already. Sweet. I'll just let that run, I think. Good. Yeah. As I say, let's go and try and upgrade the squashed thermalite. That doesn't seem to be... Oh, suddenly it's all gone. I was going to say it doesn't seem to be doing too badly, but then we'd run out of it. So I don't know. Okay, well we've made 5, so I'll take those. And what the limiting factor is... Limiting factor appears to be the squashed thermalite, so fine. Nope, don't want that lift. Want this lift. Take me to thermalite squashing. Okay, so with this, as I say, I'm hoping to be able to just go down there and do direct drop-in replacements of the of five of the lava smelters in order to upgrade them to Mark IIs and then double the throughput on them. At that point, I then have a bit of a dilemma. Do I put out with the other lava smelter 1s that I'll have acquired from putting those out, from upgrading them? Do I then put in more capacity down there? In which case, is there any point in doing it that way around, or should I just be putting in additional smelter 2s? I think I probably want to upgrade to 2s because it feels easier. Right, so let's give this a shot. So we've got the lava smelter 2. Is it a drop-in replacement? It is a drop-in replacement. Excellent. 1, 2, 3, 4. Starts at this end, I suppose. 5. Right, and yeah, they look different. They've got these yellow lines painted on them, so I can tell the difference. Even if they're, even if the ones have still got the yellow stripes on them there, which is slightly confusing, but never mind. I assume you're running. You should, damn well should be. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, it is running. It just takes a little while to. It just takes 3 seconds to squash the thermalite. That's not too bad. It's pretty quick. Yeah, so we've got these ticking out over here now, and then more and more and more of them over here. This is almost getting to the point where I'm thinking, do I need to upgrade this belt? Like that. As far back as it'll go, of course, until I run out. But that gives me quite a bit more capacity, so I think that's sort of worthwhile, because then these machines can always run. Good. So that's going to help. This belt might not be able to keep up now, of course, but yeah, that's going to get me a bit more throughput there. Yes, so that's what I wanted to do. Now I'm going to go back up to the surface, and I'll just chuck these in the machine to be upgraded if and when we get enough thermalite through, and then as long as the batteries keep up, which they probably won't, but that's going to be the next thing to go and have a look at. Going up. Moving 132. Okay, halfway there. Actually, a bit more than halfway there. Another 40 to go. 30. 20. 10. Ping. Oh, there's my construction ship has come in and landed. Awesome. Right, and the batteries are trickling along here to fill that back up again. That's really good, because the batteries go along there. There's always somewhere where I can go and steal a load when I need them. Right, now back over here and chuck those machines in here. Boink. Right, so we've got 7 in there. They can be upgraded at some point in the future. Okay, so before I do the batteries, let's have a look at now I've invented the wonderful concept of flying things around in automated spaceships. We can make a cargo. Oh, I see. Cargo shuttle start pad and cargo shuttle target pads. They'll fly from there to there. And it's massive amounts of steel, advanced machinery parts, circuit boards, and glass. Glass. I don't have glass on my bus. Stupid rage. The rest of it, though. Advanced components, circuit boards, steel, glass. Okay. Well, we'll put it in here, and I guess we'll just have to hand feed the glass because there's only so much I can do with all these things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5. Bum. There we go. Right, and fill in the gap like that, and then 2 more of these. Bim. Bim. One to make starter pads, and one to make finisher pads. Okay, so start pad, finish pad. So this one is just steel components and greens. This one is steel components and greens, but also glass. Right. No. Get control of yourself. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, so... Oh, what? Oh, I've run out of... Fine. I'm so glad I can fly now. This is so much easier than the early days of the game. This is going to be one of those things, isn't it? Like when you're playing Factorio and when you start again and you don't have bots and stuff like that, not having flying would be incredibly limiting to start with, should we say? Some of that, some of that, some of that, some of that. Oop. Some of that, some of that. And then go and find some glass. How much glass does it need? I don't know. How much glass does it need? There it is. 20. Okay, that's not too much. Where, oh, where is glass? Same to you. Glass over here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Comes out of the ground here. And then all gets eaten up, making little roboty guys. I think I might need more glass production. Just got this funny feeling. Not sure why. There was somewhere else that was getting glass. Was it the battery production? There was somewhere else that was getting it, and it seemed to have plenty. So, yeah, but glass production appears to... Oh, here's loads. Yeah, going into battery production by the looks of it. Right, so I guess I need to work out where this comes out from and go down there and upgrade it. That's going to be fun. I have no idea where I'm making glass. Actually, that's not quite true. I'm making glass from that's probably making the glass there. So I expect to go in, go down to the mineral rock, and then I'll need to expand this area because it's not producing remotely enough, it turns out. But one crisis at a time. Nope, it's over there. One of these guys. I need to label these. Is it you? It is you. Have the stuff. Why is that not running? I wish it showed how many it needed for a single build, or highlighted it in red or something like that if it didn't have enough. So 200 steel, 100 machinery, 200, 100, 50, 20. 200, 100, 50, 20. Okay, so we're short of steel and we're short of advanced machinery parts. Are those linked? Well, there's approximately bugger all steel coming down here. Why? What? Okay, so steel production is woefully inadequate. That's another exciting thing to discover. And the advanced components are made here. No. here. Ah, did I not put in an out exerter for the advanced components? Maybe I did. Yes, I did. It's there. And it's not got a belt. Right. There we go. There's the advanced components. So steel is still problematic, though. That's kind of pathetic, I feel. And also, it's all getting eaten up to make the advanced components. So, yeah. Oh, we've got conveyor 3s, though, so that's nice. How expensive are they? That's not too bad. Green circuits, which is going to be a pain to deal with. Okay. Steel. Do I want to... Oh, of course. Steel relies on coal being produced as well. Okay. I guess I could run along here and go, this is the highest, this is the highest priority steel, therefore I'm going to steal all of it. Pun actually unintended for once. I've made that pun several times, but this time I didn't mean to. That was firm like that. I guess I'll fly along here. Just stand here and request it all, I guess. Yeah. I need the steel. The most important thing for the steel is making those delivery drone pod pad things, because that's going to allow me to bring more coal in, which is going to allow me to solve all of my problems. Hopefully. How much steel have I got? It tells me when I pick it up, but I've stopped picking it up, so I don't know. At least I thought it told me when I picked it up, but it doesn't seem to. That's weird. Right, grab all of that anyway. 211. Not as much to hope for, but it'll have to do. Ooh, getting jetpack speed research done though. That's nice. That'll help speed things up a bit and let me get from A to B around the factory a little bit more swiftly. Right, so you take all of that, and then you know what? Manage inventory. Give me that back. And what are you short of? Everything. Alright, give me that and that. You can keep the glass. This one doesn't need that. But the rest of it I'm taking. There we go. So now that can run. It hasn't got enough steel to run a second time, but that's fine. As long as I get one of those. Did I get it? I did. And one of these. Doink. Oh. Pff. Throw away the red pancake. And one of these. There we go. So I think the best way to do this, probably, at least to start with, is going to be to put in a landing pad about here and just feed the coal straight out in the same place that it was the original was being, that we're originally digging it up. So this is going to be a target pad, which is 31 by 31. Okay, and it requires the low voltage grid, so that all needs to be foundationed. 31 by 31. Gee, that is rather large. So how far's that? Was it 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Yeah, all right. I won't stick it up in the sky, but I will put it on top of this. I will put it above this level because that is going to get silly otherwise. You're quite right. This is going to get silly if I don't do this. Let's fill in this whole area. And I still have to go around knocking the trees over. Yeah, but putting them way up in the sky is going to look silly, and we can't have my factory looking silly. He says putting down the wrong type of ground. I don't actually know if this is big enough at this point. It probably is. Let's find out. Also, let's put down one more earth in there. And then 31 by 31. Let's do 31 this way first. 6, which means I need another 25. $15. So that's my perimeter. And I've run out of thing. Okay, so this is even bigger than I thought. And I guess you need some sort of balancing thing to make using the cargo drone things something you only do for long-range bulk transport, rather than just going, well, I'll slap one of these down everywhere where I need copper or whatever. You need something to stop you doing that, because otherwise people totally would. Like in Dyson Sphere program, the long range, in fact, both the long range and the short range transport drone bay things are pretty small and easy to fit in wherever you want. So you kind of, at that point, you kind of might as well just put them in for supplying almost everything, which feels like the wrong way to be using them to me. Whereas this, at least, makes you sort of think about it, because you have to clear out that much space. There's no way you're going to drop that into the middle of your factory. Cargo shuttle target pad. It has steps going up to it. Wow. Where did it export stuff? I think it's there. It's massive. It's ridiculous. Okay, there's the outputs. Oh, there are outputs on all sides, probably. This is a ridiculous building. Even more so because it was built as a normal building. So I kind of feel that this probably should have been one of those that requires construction drones to build, just because it's so big. And then you'd feel like it made sense for it to be that big, or something like that. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what I'm trying to say, but it feels ridiculous. Okay, there you are now plugged in. Where's your control panel? Control pad, but it's up on the top. There it is. Set name. Coal drop. Right. Drop-off stations can only be shown loaded by using loaders. Fine. Let's put that in. Oh, and we've run out of coal again. That is sort of good timing. Right, so I'm going to want to have... Oh, I've not got any yellow belts. Let's go and get some yellow belts. Oh, and I'm down to sub 1 gigajoule of fuel. I should go and get some more of that. Gimme. That's a genuinely ridiculous building. Right. Run belt. Goes to here. And then we have a down slope. There. And there. And then we have a yellow belt. I don't know why I'm bothering to put it feed it into. I don't know why I'm bothering to feed it into the splitter, to be perfectly honest, given that we have now run out completely of coal down the bottom here, I assume. That's the only reason that would have shut off. But, you know, whatever. Okay, so that is now my coal drop-off place. 31 times 31 is about 900. Is a bit over 900. I'm going to need more foundation before I go off. And probably more inventory space for that as well. Yay, jetpack speed. That's good timing. Auto. Right, let's get rid of all of the stone. All of the sand. Most of the dirt. All of the iron. I don't need loose iron. I don't need copper. I don't need stairs. I do need generators. Transformers, sorry. I don't need biomass. I don't need flare stacks, but I also don't want to destroy them because they're kind of useful. I don't need construction material in my pockets. I do need like 900 of this stuff. Sort 2, 4, 6, 8,000. Yeah, that's probably going to be enough. I might want an elevator. Yeah, the coal is probably going to be low enough that having a freight elevator would be a good idea. So let's take one of those. I think a freight elevator 1 is probably going to be fast enough. Actually, let's do a 2, because what's the point in passenger chemical? What's the point in doing a slow one when you can do a fast one, basically? I don't know where I'm making freight elevator 2s, of course. None of these machines are doing anything. I've just placed them all down and they're just sitting there like lemons. Oh, they're making the spaceporty things. Fine. Here we go. It's a lot of freight elevators. Freight elevators. Also, I'm going to want some big pylons to get over there. Power line. I've got 26. Let's take some more. Nope, that button. Where are big pylons being made? I feel like they're an advanced thing that's probably going to require... large pylon. There. They're only being made in 10s. Alright, well, we'll see if that's enough. Yes, freight elevators. A mod that makes the stack sizes for ground block. No. That sounds like a really good mod, to be honest. I like that. I like the idea of that. I might have to invest in that one. Right, where am I? Where am I going? Okay, so I've got power comes to all the way to here, but I need to get it up here. So I guess we're going to go basically just northeast, and actually we'll go out this way and then maybe skirt round the edge of the mountains over here. So come out this way until we hit the grasslands, and then go up and then go north. So, there we go. The terrain is not entirely conducive to building a... Is this too far? No, it's just blocked by... And too far. Right, so I could go there if I had a bit more earth and rock and stuff. So we're going to go in there. Apparently I do need some stone. Just to, you know, make it match. Mostly. Okay, it does match, actually. I think these things are 3x3, aren't they? Alright, let's try that again. This one goes from... have to get quite a lot closer, there, to... It's too far. Okay, well, we'll move that down a bit then. Goodness sake. But you know what? Let's do it this way. This is another place where they could stand to learn a bit from Stop being vertical. Where they could stand to learn a bit from Factorio, and make the pylon replacement a lot. Ooh, I really felt that speed increase there. Right, there's the grasslands that we're going to aim for. So let's drop one in over here if I can. It's not going to reach, is it? Is it going to reach all the way across here? No. Silly idea. Where can it reach to? Now I could put one here and then hopefully hop over to there. I think that's probably the best bet. Looks ridiculous, but that's not a reason why. Yeah, I'm appreciating this faster jetpack, although it's probably going to get through my fuel quicker, and I forgot to pick up some more. There's my patch. Cable path is blocked. Ah, what by? I can't. You can never tell because you can't see. Maybe I can if I fly further away. Nope, I just can't place it at all then. I mean, obviously it's blocked by the terrain up here. There we go. A little bit of aggressive terraforming, should we say. There we go. That can go there. Now can we reach across the gorge? We can. Excellent. How far across? Quite a long way. I'm impressed. Let's just put one there. Then I wanted to run over this way. So it doesn't have to actually have a full 3x3 space to place it in. I'm not sure what it does have to have. Maybe the middle one has to go down and then not hit it, and then not have it not hit anything else. Right. I feel like I'm getting into the right sort of area now. Let's have a look at the map. Where am I? Oh, I'm there. Ah, yes, I am. This is where I wanted to turn right because the coal is under here, somewhere around here. So this might be the area to put the landing pad. Let's fire the pingometron. Ping. There it is. Oh, there's something else over there. There's xenoferrite over there as well. That's kind of nice to know. Right, so the ignium is basically down below me now. So if I put my spaceport in about here, hanging off the edge of this... I could put it in... Actually, let's put it in down here, because then it doesn't have to climb... Because this is going to limit how far I have to have the... how far I have to have... Oh no, I've got elevators. Climbing is easy. Horizontal distance is going to be the faff. Oh, but I'm not going to have any... That's about here, actually. I'm not going to have a way of getting the power down there easily. That's going to have to be done with thingamawhatsits. Low voltage thing. The... I assume it's 31 by 31. Going to have to be done with the foundations, basically. Oh, and there's a bit here I need to dig out as well. Still, that went down pretty well. Only a little bit of digging to do. There we go. And then fill the gap. And then go and find out whether the other type of spaceport... No. Whatever the thing's called, is also is the same size. It is. It's also 31 by 31. Excellent. All right. So you go. I can't tell very well. I really can't tell. Oh, yes, I can. What? That's a lot. It says 31 by 31, but it really isn't. There's a lot of overhang on the edge that doesn't appear to have to be... Oh, maybe it does. Well, I mean, maybe it doesn't, but it should, rather. Let's put in a thing over here and try and hook it up and see what happens. Find out whether it needs to be nearer the middle or not. Transformer, that's the bunny. Let's put you there, and then connect that. This isn't going to reach. No. But I can put one of these here. And then connect you to... What? Oh! I forgot. These things are so tall that you can't connect them to a transformer that's right next to them because they can't. The cable from the transformer won't go the full height of one of these stupid pylons. I might have more luck from here. Yeah, that's probably going to work. Oh, that's really stupid. Right, are you happy? You do appear to be happy. Sweet. Set destination. Coal drop, I think I called it. Manage inventory. Fine. Take off conditions. Inventory fill percent 100% full. I don't care about time. I just want it to take off when it's full. That seems fine. Oh yeah, laser digging time. I mean, I could. Oh, I should have used the laser for clearing out. I should have used the laser to clear out an area so I didn't have it sticking out of the side of the mountain quite so much as this. That'd have been sensible. Oh well. I'm going to put in some supports for this because you know how I feel about cantilevered things. So I want to go to vertical and then do that. And like that. And the same over here. Plus. There we go. Did I go way above with that one? Yeah, I did. Little sticky outy bit at the top. There we go. Okay. So yeah, I could do some laser-based digging, but I sort of don't want to. The point of an underground, the point of a mine. Oh, I'm still on vertical. The point of a mine, I feel, is that you just have the point of an underground mining patch is you just dig up the resources from underground and they come up through an elevator that pops up, well, basically here. If I can get down there. Yeah, so I want the elevator to pop out here and then just feed the resources straight in. So, dig out a bit of this. And then go, right, where's the resource patch? It's down there somewhere, isn't it? Oh, it's way down there. Oh, way down over there. Okay. So if I go down about here, a little bit further across. So I'm sort of in line with it. Then I can just run the belt straight, which feels like a nice thing to do. And I'm going to want one of those freightovators I got. Yes, freightovators is a lovely word. Freightovator. Fluid assembler. Freightovator. Fluid. Freightovator. Mark II. So you go... It's got connections on both sides. Yeah. You can go there. Oh, it tells you when you place it down. I can't mine it if I try and go lower than 33. Sweet. Oh, and I've got bigger inventory as well. That's also pretty awesome. Alright, and then let's run some belts. And there's no point in running more than 2, really, because that's as fast as the elevator can go. So I'll do that. And then 6. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. And you guys need to... Oh. Yeah, okay, you need to be connected to the foundation. I forgot about that. Can't see what I'm doing. Let's drop in here. There we go. That needs to be foundation. And then so does that and that and that. Run the foundation under here, like that. Good, good. And then fill all of this up like this. Right. So now I need to go down to somewhere. 117. Oh, it's not that far down actually. That's not too bad. But I'm going to build basically a big tunnel down. Well, I'm going to build a small tunnel down here because big can take forever. (117). Right, I don't know which part of the patch is at 117, but some of it certainly is. Oh, and I don't know which part, exactly where I left my drill. I mean, oh, there it is. Ah, that's convenient. I meant elevator, not drill, but still, yes. So I need to dig this area out here. And the middle as well. And then, right, the patch should be dead off that way. Yeah, there it is, right in front of me. Okay, so 117 is basically is the centre of it. That's really convenient. I approve of that. I'm going to want to have a path going around the side of the drill like this. Side of the freight elevator like this. There we go. And then the bottom of it will go in here. And I would like a bottom. There we go. Right, that can leave that digging. Oh, I need a second shaft here to take power down because I'm going to need power for all of the mining drills and things. So let's run a... I think I will run the second shaft right next to the first shaft, just for sort of sake of sanity, really. Oh, I will also apparently just fall straight in the hole. I'm glad we've discovered softer rock and high-speed mining and stuff like that. Right, and this can then run along under there. And why am I running it separately? Why do I not just run this down under the floor level like this? This would make a lot more sense. Okay, and then I want this and that much. Whoop! Let's go and check if I've actually done it properly at the top, shall we? Yes, I got a little bit carried away, but basically that went correctly. So I want to pull up a couple of pieces of that and then put one piece in there. Right, that's now powered. It's plugged into that, which goes over to the transformer on the other side. Now I can go back down the shaft. Blomp, 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 blomp. And I need a double wide column going through here. Yeah, okay, double wide column going through here like this. In fact, I'd like it to be a third one high as well, so I can walk along here once I've finished doing the putting the. So once I put the belts in, I still want to be able to walk through here. But actually, you know what? Let's stop being silly about this. Let's use the explosives. There's the coal. We found the old coal face. Excellent. So, that over there. That over there. And now in stereo. On there. I am basically just finding the absolute edges of the coal patch so that I can see it all and I don't have to worry about... So I can run mining drills basically wherever I want and just get an idea of how big it is and, you know, other excuses like that. So the bots can find it. It's not just me gratuitously blowing everything up or anything. You know me, I wouldn't do a thing like that. It was, when I say am I too close to use explosives, I specifically mean am I too close to all of the things I've built. I don't care about about myself, my big stompy robot, because he is indestructible, conveniently. I care about my infrastructure. Right, so we want this to come out to... Which way is it? This way, okay. Up to here. And then it's what? It's four wide I need, isn't it? Except it's only 3 wide with the foundation, but 4 wide in total. So it needs to be 3. It needs to be 4, but the 4th one can be rock if necessary, or if available for that matter. Like that, for example. Along there, I can run the belt along that piece. That is absolutely fine. Right, now a little bit of precision work with the drill now. Yeah, I've been too close to buildings quite a few times as well, and it's always very annoying. You go, oh no, I've just built that. Now I have to build it all over again. Yep. So that bit doesn't matter. This bit, we need room for a belt to come through here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's that one. So we need room for a belt to come through here. Right, belts. 1, 2, 3, 4. So a belt come across here and then across here. So the obvious thing to do here is to feed... Actually, no, I've got a better idea. A better idea than the obvious thing. If I run 3 belts up to, or multiple belts up to the elevator, the freight elevator, then I can pass more, and I can make sure, absolutely sure that I've got enough resource going into it to keep it happy. Because this thing has got 3 inputs on this side, and then another 4 on this side. So there's got loads of inputs, so I can run many belts up to it, even if they don't all, even if they're not all necessarily going to be full. So I could actually punch this hole a bit deeper, like that. Can't reach. So this one can then come along. I didn't need to go any deeper. Okay, that's fine. So this could then come along here and go in there. Have another one. Let me drag in both directions. Right, this one could then come along here like that, and that, feeding in from both of these directions. Then I need to dig a little bit deeper here. Look at that, and then have this belt going in there. Then I can put in all of my miners. That's the next thing to do. I hope I brought enough. I feel like I have. No, I brought 5. Laurence, goodness sake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still, it'll get it started, which is better than nothing. So get all of that coming through here on, yes, on this belt. Oh, I didn't actually dig this out high enough, even though I said I was going to. There we go. Boop, boop, boop. Oh. Boop. I need a little bit more space here to walk around this thing. Make way, make way. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so we've got, well, one full belt, one not very full belt, and one completely empty belt. But when I bring some more drills back, that'll be improved. So now I can go back up here. This is, to be honest, easier than doing a than putting in a passenger elevator. Right, what are we saying? Yeah, clearing up the rubble does make it just adds insult to injury. Yeah, I just fell right in the hole. I should probably put some safety things around, fences around that. Okay, so we are now starting to fill up the ship. Good. That is going nicely. That's what I would like to see. Yes, yes, correct. The belt is the elevator is two. No, hang on. Yes, you're right. It is two belts of its colour of throughput. There's certainly some lag, and it takes a little bit longer to. Yes, there is some lag on it, but it runs at 2 belts of its speed. You're quite right. Okay, this is an extremely chubby ship. Am I allowed to call aircraft chubby? I don't know. I'm going to be accused of fat shaming my aircraft. Alright, let's use my new faster jetpack to get me back over. Unfortunately, unlike a certain other game I can mention, you can't hop in the well, actually, I assume you can't hop in the trains to transport yourself around. Yeah. But that's okay. My jetpack is reasonably quick. I can make mining drill 2s, but I don't feel like I've really needed them so far. Oh yeah, no, I was thinking it's easier to fly up and down the hole than it is to put in a passenger elevator. But yes, it's definitely easier to put in a freight elevator than it is to run belt spirals. Absolutely, by a long, long way. What am I looking? I'm looking for mining drills. I might have just gone straight past them because I couldn't remember what I was looking for. No generous smell. Mining drills, there they are. 10. Is 11 going to be enough? Probably. Yeah, because I had 5, and that did me one side. Yeah, that'll do. Hopefully, the little spaceship guy will take over enough coal in one go that we've got a plentiful supply of it. That it'll then get to sit there for a while before the other end needs it again. Oh, you can get in the ship? Okay, sweet. I might need to do that because Sophia's just reminded me I need more jetpack fuel. Oh yeah, there's a little back door there. Cool. All right, let's give that a try when I've finished this build off. Down we go. I really hope I don't get stuck down here with no jetpack fuel. That would be so upsetting. One, 2, 3, 4, and 1. So 1, 2, 3. Right, that should be a silly amount of coal and should jam this thing up fairly quickly because we're throwing it in a lot faster than it can transport it through. Yeah, there we go. That's jammed up now. Excellent. So, I mean, it being jammed up is actually a good thing because it means that it's being loaded as fast as it can take it. And then we see, yeah, you see nice steady flow of things of coal going up the elevator there. Right. Yes, I do want. I wanted it to leave as soon as it fills up, but so let's try. Ooh. There's a little robot pilot at the front of it. That is both adorable and completely unnecessary. I would like to have a readout of how much stuff is in this ship. It's available somewhere in this ship. Because I don't know when it's going to leave. These things don't seem to be filling up. It's probably going to go without me. Oh, it's very nearly full. I think. I can't get into a position... Excuse me. I can't get into a position where I can see the readout on the... Yeah, that looks like it's got something in every slot. Which implies it's very nearly there. Oh, there we go. That's really cool. So, oh, that's less cool. I got abandoned. Sod. No, I don't think I can't catch up with it. It's slightly faster than I am, only slightly, but it is faster. It sucks. Can't believe I fell out of it. Where's my coal? Where's my coal? Oh, I haven't put a loader in. That would explain that one then. We need one then. There we go. There's my coal. Right, so I am loading it twice as fast as I'm unloading it. So even if the factory is using it at the full yellow belt that I'm offering up to it, we will still be able to produce it faster than we're bringing it over. Oh yeah, and you can see them through the through the windscreen as well. Rate, fuel. I think it's this machine. It is not this machine. It's somewhere around here. Yeah, I'm stuck. There we go. Is it this machine? It is. 290. 5,315. Excellent. Alright, that's a weight off my mind. Nice, knowing that I won't have that as a problem now. What's being fed out here and why is it not? What's meant to be being fed out here and why is it not? Oh, this will be the spaceship fuel, but why is it not being fed out? What are you missing? You're not getting any crushed coal. Oh yeah, of course. We completely ran out of coal. I remember. It's not like that's what I've just spent the last half hour going off and fixing. Right. So at some point we will see coal come up this belt over here. I wonder how far it's got so far. Not very is the answer. Also, that needs to be a yellow belt, I reckon. How much have I got? 93. Not going to be enough. Belt 2. Yoink. Yeah, okay, let's upgrade that. Let's go and find out how far it got. Yeah. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, that's a, it didn't upgrade that on the way through. I'll do that one as well. And then, I think if I get this over here, I can upgrade that. There's a little bit on the other side over there, which I haven't got yet, but I'm just going to come back here and check that this has actually upgraded all the way through. Yes, it has. Nice. Not sure where that coal's going there. There's clearly somewhere else. There's a splitter in there, and it's taking coal away somewhere. I don't know where. Maybe it's coming up. No, could it be coming up there? I'm not. No, I don't think so. I think it must be something else. Anyway, comes up over here, and oh, I ran out of speedy slopes. Okay, that'd be why that failed then. Not that I think we actually need that much coal over here. Yeah, see there, it's now backed up. So the speedy belt bringing it over here is not actually required, but I think it's being used. Well, I say it's definitely being used somewhere under here. I'm just not sure what for. This belt goes to this splitter. Oh, it's probably for a steel smelting area under. Yeah, there's a steel smeltery under here probably. Yes, because I started mining this xenoferrite patch here, and we split off some to be made into. There's a load of iron smelting happening downstairs here, and some steel smelting. So it'll be for that. Yeah, there we go. What do you have to say for yourself? We've not talked to you for a while. Oh, he still wants me to build 4 more pump jacks for the Olumite. I've not needed that much of it, so yeah. Oh, I know, to a buffer chest. That's a good idea, Radagast. Yeah, I like that idea. I mean, I was going to say at the moment it doesn't matter. No, it does matter. It absolutely matters because, yeah, because otherwise the ship will be flying off. Does it not store any in? Does it not have a buffer in the actual landing pad? Presumably not. No, it doesn't. It's just unloading. Right. Okay. Yes, that's a very good idea. And I should probably put in a buffer at the other end actually as well. Yeah, let's do that, and then I'll call it a night. Right. So, am I making those? I don't think I am because I've not needed chests anywhere because everything has been fine with being just in time so far. So I'm going to want a storage matron. That's these guys down here. We're going to want a logistics container that has 8 slots in it. That's not going to be enough. That's 16. That's probably going to be enough. That's a tank. That's for fluid. Okay, so we'll do one of these. Oh yeah, let's have a word with the bank. Ping. I clearly need to be spending my thermalite on other things. I won't be able to make that pay that much before I know. It'll have to be 400,000. Ping. There we go. 2.5 grand. 2.5 million left. While I'm up here, let's upgrade that to level 10. Let's upgrade that guy to level 6. That guy to level 3. Oh, no, wait. Oh, well, never mind. 9. What? Good. Right, thank you. What was I doing? Oh, yes. Building the... I was going to make a couple of these guys. No, these guys. Iron, steel, advanced, and components. Yeah. Great. I mean, I've got loads of those. But I'm still woefully short. Oh, there's loads of steel over here. What's this belt supposed to be? Oh, I see. This was an X steel belt that is no longer in use and should have something else useful, like, I don't know, maybe glass on it. Should probably put something useful in there, but I'm not sure what that's going to be yet. Right, that yellow machine is the one that makes the advanced components. Let's give it some steel. And then I can try. Oh, I need. Oop. Well, they're gonna never be seen again. Ah, stay in the hole. Right, there we go. That's probably going to be enough. Let's get some iron and find out. Right, so now I should be able to construct, yes, 2 of those. Excellent. So I guess, well, the question is, how can I fit in a warehouse underneath here? If I can, that'd be kind of cool. I imagine it won't fit because that's a bit too obvious. Yeah, it's too tall. That's a shame. However, here's a thought. Take out all of that. Oh, okay. Power has been broken, but that's fixable. Like that. Now, what if I put in my logistics logistics container in here, like this. There we go. And then it does. I have a cunning plan, which I've not left enough room for. So if I now go, if I put in one of these, of which I only got one left, I need to go and get some more of those, and that, and then that goes there. I've run out of those. Oh, Jesus. Alright, so I want belt ramp 2. I want inserter 1. Then I put another piece of there, right like that, and then that, and oh wait, let's use the one I've already got. So here, put that there, and then belt there and there, and an exerter there. Boop. Right, so there we go. It'll now flow out of there into here, and then flow out of there down there. Lovely. Oh, good point. Yes, yeah, I should. Yeah, yes, you're quite right. Actually, yes, I should. I want to unload. Yeah, because I want to unload the ship as quickly as possible. You're quite right. This is all nonsense. And there was me thinking I was being all smug about the rather simplistic design I'd come up with. Yeah, you are indeed correct. So how wide were they? They're about 3 wide. So I'm going to need... That's going to be my inserters. And that's going to be my actual storage Malacca business building. Right, so I can put in one of these here. It bugs me a little bit that you can't do direct insertion. I mean, I know I'm a Factorio obsessive, but it's, yeah, I feel that direct insertion is the correct way to do things like this, but it's not a thing in this game, which is a shame. That's all. There we go. I'll quintuple my unloading speed, and then I can put in another couple of blocks here like that. And another exert. Let's copy that one. There we go, like that. Did that go in the right? Yes, it did. And then some yellow belt coming from here. He still needs to go down one, doesn't it? Yes, it does. So I'll put in a drop here like that. And then feed the belt over from here. Like that. Right. Okay, oh, the ship must have arrived, because we've got some coal coming out. How's it doing? Unloading fairly quickly. Okay, so I mean, this should... Given that, we should presumably be unloading at a rate of about 5 yellow belts. And it does, well, that one's running flat out. Yeah, so presumably that's running at 5 yellow belts. It's just the ship is big enough that unloading all of that seems to take a little while. Let's try and ride it over again and see if I fall out again. Yeah, building to building would be very nice. If only because it just allows you to make slightly more compact builds. Whereas as it is, you need to leave... Well, you can have a space of 3 between 2 assembly machines, which is sort of convenient because it means if you've lined them all up along a bus, along a mall in a row, you can just take one out in the middle and then have the two inserters coming out from both of your machines, and then have a belt running up the middle between them, and that does just work, and it fits in quite nicely. But yeah, it's a little bit of a faff. Let's go. I said let's go. There we go. Is he saluting or is he scratching his head? If he's saluting, he's using the wrong arm. Okay, he's operating the controls. I guess. I don't know. I can't see the ground. I'm scared. In fact, I can't see anything. What's going on out there? Is it night time? Okay, it's just cloudy. Right, fine. I hope you can see better than I can. Are we nearly there yet? Oh, going down. Zoop. Oof, that was quite a rough landing there, mate. Jeez. Okay, now let's do the same thing over here. So, I shall remove a couple of pieces of belt from here to start with, just to limit the amount I end up holding in my pockets. We're actually always down the hole, straight in there, just like that. So, are we going to have? Is there going to be space for this? I don't think there is. I think these might have to come out the side. Let's remove all of this just to sort of find out what we've got the space for. So, here we're going to want this like that, and then there's going to be a row along here. That's going to be the inserters for the storeroom box. 1, 2, 3. It's going to stick out to here. Yeah, I've left one space too few. That's quite frustrating. Okay. Well, I'll fill that up anyway. There we go. Yeah, I'm sure the robot's doing his best. I mean, we got here. Nobody seems to have been hurt, but it was definitely a rough landing. I've certainly seen better. And I'll anthropomorphize my robots if I want to. Right, so that has to go there, or rather there. No, there. That has to go there, and then we put in more of these guys. Toomp, 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 and then along here where there'll actually be exerters. So let's make you an exerter, and then we'll copy you to there, there, and there, and there, at which point we also then run a belt across here like so. And this one needs foundation under it as well, sure. Of course it does. Like that. We then need, yeah, this is where some sort of direct insertion would be extremely convenient. And I could have it come out here, go across, have a belt go bip, bop, bip, and then have it go into that one. But that wouldn't help on the other side. So, well, actually, that kind of works. Not that anywhere but there. Like that, like that, like that, like that, and then that, and that. But that needs a toggle. Oop, no. Like that, there we go. And then over here I'll do it the slightly more normal way. Oh, I didn't take that one out. So we're going to have another inserter there, which means, oh, both of these are going to need power. We've got power to there? Yes, we have. Excellent. Boom, bump. And then power across here as well, like that. There we go. And then inserter there, and an exerter there. So it comes out of that one. And then we get the other sort of belts that comes out here and goes across here. There we go. Those are both running now at the appropriate speed. I've also made a bit more hole than I needed to here, so let's fill that in. I could bury my bury the evidence actually. Let's do that. There we go. Looks nice and natural even with this, with a really flat top like that. But never mind. Right. Okay. So that's loading up the storage container, which we can open by clicking on it here, and we can see that the ignium is appearing in it and then disappearing immediately, which is what you'd expect. Over here we've got a ship that's nearly half full. Again, as you'd expect. This seems to be working. If I had more places that were waiting for it, I don't know whether this allows one-to-many type transports. So can I set up another station called Coal Drop, and this ship will fly there as well? I don't know. Or is this going to fly there and then get stuck at the other end when it can't unload? Probably, actually. That's probably presumably what's going to happen. So I'm guessing, is this one-to-one? Like, do you happen to know, Radagast? Is this one-to-one, or can you have the same ship, one mine servicing multiple drop-off points, or one take-off pad servicing multiple drop-off pads, rather? Yeah, as I say, any landing you walk away from is a success. Any landing where you can use the plane again is a great success. Okay, well, I'll probably... I was going to say I'll probably end up trying it relatively soon. I don't know if I will, actually, because this mine does seem to be... This factory does seem to be doing reasonably well with just bringing in all one supply of everything. Okay, we've run out of coal already, but that's because we've only just implemented the buffer system here. So, yeah, we'll probably find out at some point in the future when I decide I want a separate supply of coal for steel making somewhere off in a sub-factory, way off in the distance somewhere. Ooh, I should check the map scanning. Wow, that's a huge area. It's such a big area, I can't actually see it all. Wow. Right, okay. So, there aren't that many coal patches around. There's another one up there, and there. And there. There's a few of them, I guess. But it's not an enormous number. The scanning is still going, though, I think. Because, it's still scanning over here. So, yeah, I think my instinct to go for lots of range and not too much speed was correct. Because I didn't need to explore outwards too quickly. But it's nice to have a bit of distance. Many to one, maybe. Well, I will, as I say, I will probably find out in time. I guess now, actually, there's no real reason, there's not going to be any significant difficulty in going out to some of these other ignium patches and trying to collect from those and seeing and seeing what happens if I try and get them both feeding to the same place. Yeah. These are massive. I'm looking forward to finding these. Those are probably the purple stuff that I saw in the research tree and didn't really pay very much attention to because I can't do it yet. It's interesting that it doesn't scan the terrain. It just scans the for resources. But I guess that's what you actually care about, because terrain isn't really much of a challenge. In fact, with the exception of the water, it doesn't really make a great deal of difference. The mountains tend to be a bit higher and a bit harder to punch through, but basically the terrain doesn't really matter. Oh, there's some more of that oasis stuff going on over here. That'd be interesting to visit at some point. Oh, ship's arrived. And coal is unloading. Excellent. Ship is unloading fairly quickly. Container is filling up. Interesting. It's filling up this side and then taking it from this side. That's fairly nonsensical, but never mind. Right, it is now 10 past tomorrow, so I think that means it is time to finish the stream. So thank you very much everyone who's been watching. Today I think has been it's been interesting. We've found a lot of new mechanics in the game. So we've finished off the building down wherever it is, the Scanometron building down there, which has been very, very useful, going out looking for more ores. Not actually used any of those resources yet, but still, it's nice to know they're there. I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, is that sunrise? Okay, fine. I've not really expanded my main factory particularly today, or even at all. Ooh, okay, thank you, Severe. Yes, that's an excellent point. I shall go and raid Cyclomatic. Yeah, so please stick around for the raid, because there's been this guy who's raided me a few times over the last couple of weeks, and I really want to return the favour. So a little bit of a debrief first, though. So came over here, started making the coal juice, and then pumping it down the patch, so down the pipe. So I've now started making geothermal vents. Now started making geothermal power from the geothermal vents and feeding that back out. So that's been great. Finished off the copper processing over here, new coal mine over here, and flying the resources back from there in a little space plane thing. So that's awesome. There's loads of iron ore up here as well. So maybe I can't use the one pad for more than one thing. So it's kind of irrelevant, except that I've already got power up there. Next time, I think the most important thing is going to be making more of those batteries, because they seem to be needed for quite a lot of different things, especially the science pack, which is why I reckon this has stalled so much. So I'll go in and expand the acid production with a few extra things over here, then get more batteries being made in the machines over here, and that will hopefully then make everything work a bit better. And then I guess see what feels like the right thing to do next, because there's quite a lot of options. But yeah, I think that's basically it for this stream. As I say, thank you very much for watching. There will be videos coming out tomorrow and the day after, where I'll be talking about the Factorio Planetary Pioneers run, and we'll be streaming that again on Monday at 7:30 PM UK time as usual, and where Sophia is going to be pounding his head and the rest of us some more against Vulcanus, so that should be good fun. Right, so that is basically the end of the stream. As I say, please if you're on Twitch, please stick around, because we're going to go over and find out what Cyclomatic is up to. I believe he's playing Factorio, which is kind of like this game, but it only has 2 dimensions to play with. But it's also the one I have a lot of time and experience in, so it should be good to go and see it. So right, please stick around for that. Or if you're on YouTube, then well, I'm afraid I can't take you with us. But thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you on Monday. Bye bye. And yeah, good night Sphere, good night Regular, good night No Guard, good night Radagast, and that's everyone who's been commenting recently. Regular, as I said to you already. Yep, thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next time.